You're awesome. Thank you. All right. I'd like to call this session together. We'll open with the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Flanagan, can you lead us?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Representative Avalani.
Present.
Representative Flanagan. Representative Prout. Representative Warden.
Here.
Representative Drago. Representative Granger. Representative Farrington.
Here.
Representative Hall.
Here.
The clerk is here. Representative Labrie.
Here.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Sullivan. Okay. Representative Cahill. Representative DeSilvestro. Representative Susi.
Here.
Representative Bouchard.
Here.
Representative McKenzie.
Here.
Representative Schultz. Representative Leclerc.
Here.
Representative Staub.
Here.
Chairman Creighton.
Here. All right. And seeing that we have a quorum, we'll go ahead and get started. Let me just refresh everyone's memory what we're doing this morning. As you recall, 2 weeks ago, we looked at HB 542 and HB 744 in detail. There were a couple of questions that were brought up which required amendments. And so Representative McKenzie's done a lot of work to amend those bills. And so we thought that it would be worthwhile for us to take a hard look at those amendments and see where those bills could go from there. And so I open the session on HB 542. This is based on the recess that we did 2 weeks ago. And Representative McKenzie, if you could go through sort of a recap of where we were at and then what your amendment does, I'd appreciate that.
All right, sure enough, Mr. Chairman. So the original legislation had 6 additional steps at the top end of the scale. We have this particular piece of legislation, the amendment will,
If the member could suspend, and you're in testimony now, so because we're in a hearing, so if you can sit at the witness, I think that'd be more appropriate. Thank you.
good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark McKenzie. I am representative from Hillsborough District 40 in Manchester. And I'm here this morning to introduce the amendment to HB 542. The amendment as drafted differs from the original bill in the sense that it takes back 6 of the 12 steps that were proposed. The current schedule will go up to $52,000, and at the rate of $535 will be the top of the scale. Currently, the top of the scale ends at $41,500 at $427. Now, the initial legislation, and I think I shared with you the amendment, fiscal impact of the amendment. The original bill was a reach and very difficult, I think, to given there would be no tax increase on the other side. It would be a difficult thing to achieve. But I think what we've done is to strike a balance, and I was kind of hoping the UI people would be here this morning. But what it does is strike a balance. So the proposed amendment stays within the lines in the sense that it does not break the fund. And there's I don't know if everybody has this in front of them, but you kind of get in the weeds with this, but let me go through it. The system tests when they do a stress test on the system, they do it by looking at what's known as a mild recession and a major recession. And the original amendment put too much stress on the system. And so if you look under the forecast for the mild recession, what that has done is to scale back so that under a mild recession, the fund would finish at 237 million. Keep in mind the current balance in the fund is, I think, about 380 or 85 million dollars right now. What you don't want to do when you look at passing any kind of benefit increases, you don't want to get to the point where the system is in a negative draw, because at that point you have to go to the federal government, you have to draw money down and borrow money actually from the federal government. So this amendment avoids that even in the times of impact of a major recession. Now, this doesn't mean it's going to happen, but the way that they approach the funding of the bill, they do it this way so that you understand that what could potentially happen. So even under that, the impact of a major recession, the fund would still be in a position where they would not have to borrow. So it would finish, I think, in 2026 at 242 million if the major recession were to occur. So what you have here is an amendment which I think presents an opportunity to increase the unemployment benefits. And keep in mind, the employers are at a 30-year low in terms of their tax rate. The current tax rate is about $85 an employee for unemployment. They are at the all-time low, or a 30-year low. The fund is at a high. It's never really been this high. 400 million would be the top end. But they have, as a result of it being over $350 million, they have taken advantage of each and every reduction that is in the law. So the way it works is that 250, I think it's 275. So every time that fund goes up, the tax rate goes down. So at this point, they have reached that level where the tax rate is the lowest it's going to be. So this particular amendment would have no impact on that level. Now, in expanding what's going on with the system currently is that and this has been going on for 20 years, because there has been no increase in the unemployment rate in 20 years. So what happens right now is that people making more than $41,500, they max out. So the maximum benefit people can receive is $427 under the current system. Now, with this, and just give me a minute so I can make sure I get this right. There will be an increase. So the maximum weekly benefit amount in New Hampshire during calendar year was 2320. There were 11,400 individuals paid UI benefits, and 6,500 of them, or 58%, qualified or were paid the 427. The average base period, however, for the claimants qualifying for 427 in 2023 was $86,359. So so that's important to note, because what happens as you get up to the 41.5, when you start to go beyond 41.5, the replacement ratio goes down. And so for those people who are making more than 41.5, the UI people presented this to us, it represents about a 26% wage replacement rate. And that's the problem with not increasing the upper level of it. Now, there were other things that they talked about when they went into 2024, but the trend continues to be basically the same, except that the wages get higher each year. So the more they go up, the less that deteriorate, the more that deteriorates that replacement rate. Now, nationally, what you try to shoot for is somewhere in the 50 some odd percent range. And that happens to be the case as you come from the bottom of the scale and you go up. Until you hit that 41.5, that's when it really shoots down. So you basically have this 50, I think it's 53 to 56% replacement rate towards the middle and in the top end of the 41.5. But once you go over that threshold, it really starts to deteriorate. So it's a question of equity, I think, in terms of, do people, can we increase that so that the replacement rate is increased? And is that, given that the lower end of the scale is getting more money, does it make sense to increase the top end of that scale as well? So that essentially is the nature of this legislation, and essentially that's what it does. Now, worst case scenario, you could end up with tax increases and things like that. That's why they test this for mild and severe recession. But currently, as I understand it, there will be no impact on the employer contribution rate if this legislation is passed, as I understand it from UI, because the rates have already been set. All of the discounts are in place. So that's essentially what the bill is, Mr. Chairman.
And Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative McKenzie, for being here. Did Mr. Lavers means test this for utilization? Like a higher rate means they're going to be on unemployment longer? Oh, wonderful.
Oh, good.
I will defer.
Well, let me just say that, and I'm sure you'd like to hear from him more than me. There is some evidence, I believe, in some testimony that we heard, that when the rate went up for COVID, there was some increase in the number of weeks. As I understand it, the average number of weeks that people are on unemployment is about 12 weeks, up slightly from last time I looked at it. But let me say, and those people that have ever been unemployed understand this, that the unemployment system, there is no sitting around when you're on unemployment. There is no, I'm just going to watch TV and stay home. There is a very strict, rigid system that requires you to be available and looking for work all the time. So and if you don't do that, you don't file with the Department of Employment and Security, then you're not going to get your benefits. You'll be denied. So it's a very important thing to understand. And let me also say that while the UI benefits are one component of the support system that surrounds an unemployed worker, there are all of these other things that are taking place when somebody's on unemployment. You have all the services that are available to you, training and resume writing and job seeking and polishing up all of the things that you need. And understand that people are not quitting. You can't quit and get on unemployment. You have to be let go, and many times unexpectedly. So is 12 weeks reasonable? I don't know. But I don't think that the evidence would show that increasing the UI benefits is going to keep people on longer. This is not a, so I mean, and Lavers, Commissioner Lavers can talk to that better than I could.
Are there any other questions? Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. While I might have thought that someone making $42,000 or $52,000 would be in a better place to prepare and be ready for such an impact, and maybe have 30% of their salary set aside, I realize that inflation has taken a big bite out of that, and it takes a lot more to make your monthly obligations. And it's also true that people tend to live maybe a little bit closer to what they can actually afford rather than comfortably. So does this is it also true that there are more high earners coming into the state? I think I read this from Mr. Gottlieb that people are generally making, in the 80s. It's an average or median wage, and that this is the people that you're trying to assist so that they don't fall short on their mortgage payments and things of that nature.
Well, according to the analysis that was done by the Employment Security, 427 in 2320, the base period for that was 86,359 was the base period. And because of that, 427 against the 86,359, the wage replacement was 26%. So if you look at the economic data, it would suggest that somewhere around 58,000 is what somebody needs to live in New Hampshire. Family needs, you pay insurance, you pay all the car and all that kind of stuff. So this gets us somewhat closer to that number, but there are high earners coming into the state for sure. And people can walk into work. We hear this all the time, but all of a sudden they have no job. And is 12 weeks too much? They're entitled to 26, and very few people ever get there. Most people are back to work, and I think the system does a good job in getting them back to work. And just think as you go through this, the impact on people's family. When you all of a sudden you come in on Monday and you go home on Tuesday, and that's it, don't come back. That has a big impact on the stability of the family. The stress it causes is enormous, and this, I hope, I can appeal to you to increase the rate to help with that stress and discomfort that occurs whenever anybody is suddenly laid off.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So I did have a clarification. So in your testimony just now, I thought you said that there's no impact on the employer in terms of higher rates. But when I look at the analysis, it says that employers, that taxes owed by employers during 2027 will increase by 22.5 million. So can you clarify that, please?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, I defer to.
We can defer.
Yeah,
That's fine.
My understanding is that the rate itself, because it's already set that the rate itself will not be impacted. The UI rate that they have. That's my understanding because every one of the discounts has already been applied. But I think that
Okay.
clarification could be made.
All right, seeing no further questions, sir, thank you for the work on the amendment, and for your explanation. And Mr. Lavers, if you have a minute. And if you could both fill out pink cards so that we're straight on testimony, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and sorry for being a few minutes late to the
Hey, no
hearing,
worries.
Mr. Chairman.
You-
Do the members have a copy? I think I saw
We
it
do.
around here, a copy of the analysis
We
of the
do.
amendment. Yeah. For the record, Richard Lavers, Deputy Commissioner, New Hampshire Employment Security. So the amendment to House Bill 542 that Representative McKenzie has introduced, in the analysis that the department provided, you can see what he's suggesting now to do is rather than 12 additional tiers, it would be 6 additional tiers. So the maximum benefit would be, under his proposal, would be $535 a week for someone that had earned at least $52,000 in their 4-quarter base period, compared to the current maximum of $427, which someone who earns $41,500 in their base period would need to earn. His proposed new maximum maintains the same wage replacement rate as in the current schedule of benefits. It's 53.5% wage replacement, meaning it's replacing just over half of the dollars you earned in employment with your unemployment benefit. I did, excuse me, update the analysis to show that in the actual filers, what their wage replacement rate has been. So in 2024, the individuals that qualified for our current maximum benefit of $427, their average base period earnings was just over $88,500. So they had an actual wage replacement rate of about 25%. When we look at the average private sector worker right now in New Hampshire, when I look at the data that we have available is for the first half of 2024. This is from the administrative records filed by employers. This bill at the maximum weekly benefit amount of 535 would be a wage replacement rate of about 35% to that average private sector worker. With regard to, so that's the impact on the individual filers, and I did include information showing how many individuals from 2024 would have seen an increase in their weekly benefit if this bill were in effect. Shifting gears for the impact on employers, we did update that analysis so you can see what the impact would be under current economic conditions, as well as applying this to the model that mimicked a mild recession, as well as a model that mimicked a severe or major recession, I believe is how we refer to it. In the current economic conditions, there would not be any impact to the fund balance reductions or the discounts that employers have on their earned tax rate. Right now, employers get a 1% reduction to their rate because the fund balance exceeds $350 million. That is what is currently forecast without any changes. The fund will continue to maintain a balance north of 350, but will not hit the $400 million threshold, which would trigger the maximum fund balance reduction or discount of 1.5%. So right now, without any changes to the benefit schedule, we are not forecasting employers to get to that 1.5% reduction. We're forecasting the 1% reduction. The proposal from Representative McKenzie as amended would not impact the fund performance in terms of that fund balance reduction that employers are forecasted to experience. Again, that's with current economic conditions, no economic downturn. When we looked at the mild and the major recessionary scenarios, again, a lot of assumptions that are made here. The economists do try to caveat these by reminding me that the further you get out from your current date, the less confidence they have in the accuracy of those forecasts. But when you look at both recessionary scenarios, the proposal from Representative McKenzie in his amendment would cause an impact on employers where they would lose the forecasted fund balance reduction a quarter sooner than they would without making these changes to the benefit schedule. So you're looking out to the first quarter of 2027 in order for that forecasted impact to hit. But without any change in those recessionary scenarios, we would forecast employers to still have a 0.5 point reduction in the first quarter of 27. With the amended benefit schedule from Representative McKenzie, we forecast that the employers would not have that 0.5 point fund balance reduction in the first quarter of 27. So it's with the impact of not having that 0.5 point reduction in the first quarter of 27 that causes a forecasted increase in taxes paid for that quarter of just under $23 million. So to recap, that current economic conditions, we do not forecast this proposal to have any impact on the fund balance reductions. In both recessionary forecasts, we do forecast there to be an impact on employers in the tax rate at which they're going to be paying to support the unemployment program. And I can stop right there, Mr. Chairman, and if there are any questions, I can take them.
No, thank you for the explanation. Are there any questions? Representative Flanagan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to see you again, Mr. Lavis, and thank you for your testimony. It's sort of bantered around that the longer you have the ability to collect, it's a propensity to stay unemployed. Is there any studies out there, or is there any research that you know of that can say that if the duration's longer, people tend to be on unemployment longer?
Yeah, so it's a good question. What I can tell you is, so with this proposal is simply proposing to increase the amount and not increase the duration for which you can file. When we look at our current duration, New Hampshire does quite well, both when we look at average duration of being just over 12 weeks, and also our exhaustion rate being, I believe we're right around 16% exhaustion. So right now, you're eligible for up to 26 weeks.
Okay.
Average duration is just over 12. It has been increasing slightly since the beginning of 23. I had noted in previous testimony. I will say, and we get this data monthly, I will say that the December to January average duration didn't change. It actually stayed right where it was. That could be a sign of a leveling off. I don't know. But right now, you're just over 12 weeks, despite having eligibility for 26. So people are going back to work quickly. They're going back to work sooner than most individuals filing for unemployment in other states. Our average duration is the 11th lowest in the country, and our exhaustion rate of 15% is the second lowest in the Northeast and second lowest exhaustion rate in the country. Vermont's at 15%. I will point out states that do have fewer weeks, and 26 weeks is the dominant number of weeks available in unemployment programs in states across the country. U.S. Department of Labor, you can adjust your weeks that you have available. They are not going to cry foul and suggest that that is somehow a violation of conformity or compliance with federal standards. But states that do have fewer weeks, they tend to have very high exhaustion rates. So Florida being one of them, I believe Florida has 13 weeks available. More than half of their filers exhaust the weeks that they have available. So I think in my opinion and my experience with the department is having more weeks available than you use. So right now we're only using less than half of what is available, but having those available so you have the flexibility to adjust with economic conditions and the needs of your workforce that could find themselves needing to file for unemployment. Right now, there are the jobs that are available continue to be fairly plentiful. So your ability to find new employment is definitely a weight on the side of the worker. If we were to get into a different set of economic conditions, jobs are more difficult to find, and your duration goes up. I think most people would be pleased that they had the flexibility with the current structure of the program to provide some level of wage replacement for people in those situations where you have fewer jobs available and it's harder to find employment. I know certainly the pandemic was an outlier in terms of the ability to return to work, but the ability to continue to file and have some wage replacement was certainly a godsend for a lot of individuals, a lot of workers in the state during that period, and was certainly helpful for families and individuals during the Great Recession as well.
Follow-up?
Thank you. And for a follow-up, Representative Flanagan?
Thank you. Very brief, although I'm not sure if it can be answered briefly, but if we do in fact make this change, that is allow for a higher income, and all of a sudden we have some catastrophic economic events, it's very unlikely that we can go back. Isn't that true?
In terms of reducing the weekly benefit
Yeah.
amount, it would be highly unlikely to reduce the weekly benefit amounts at that point because I can tell you which direction inflation is going to continue to go.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
And
Chair.
Representative Granger.
I'll pass.
Did you have a, got it, and Representative Cahill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lavers. So if this amendment were to pass, I understand we'd be going from a 26% wage replacement to a 35% wage replacement for the average, the 80, was that the 86,000 earner?
That was, and sorry, that was somewhat confusing. So the 35% is looking at the average private sector worker, which would be a 35% wage replacement. The other statistic I cited was for the individuals that filed for unemployment benefits during 2024. Their average base period earnings during that 4-quarter period was 88,500. So their actual wage replacement with the current benefit structure was about 26%. But when we look at the entire private sector workforce, that average private sector worker, it'd be about a 35% under what is being proposed by Representative McKenzie.
Follow up?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So it would seem to me unlikely that someone would lollygag with that difference in payments. They would still be needing to make closer to their normal earnings in the event of a layoff and they haven't found a suitable replacement position, even with this increase. Is that correct?
We do work, all of our staff throughout all of the New Hampshire Works offices work hard with individuals, helping them find employment. And individuals do have requirements on their weekly claim where they have to document their efforts to make themselves available for work. They have to show that they're able to work, and they have to demonstrate that they are actively searching for work. So without any change to any of those requirements, individuals would still be required to contact employers, be still required to make that effort, and certainly a wage replacement rate that is providing you with less than half of what you were earning provides some extra motivation as well.
Thank you.
And Representative Staub.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I'm looking at the impacts of the mild recession and the major recession, it says that at the end of 2027, there would be an impact on the amount that employers had to pay. Can you describe when that recession, when you're predicting that recession would start? I mean, is it 2025, 2026, and then at the end of 2027? So, 2.5 years or 3 years or 2 years?
So just to be clear, we are not forecasting there to be a recession. Let me say that again.
Okay.
New Hampshire Employment Security and the Economic and Labor Market Information Bureau is not forecasting there to be a recession. But when we apply the stress testing to the trust fund to see how the trust fund would perform under a different benefit schedule, that's what you were seeing there. So hypotheticals, not what we are forecasting. Our starting quarter for each of those hypothetical situations was the 3rd quarter of this year, 3rd calendar quarter, assuming that if this bill were to pass, that would be the quarter that you would see the impact would start.
May I ask a follow-up?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So if, in that case, we've said that, you've said that the average amount that employers are paying in per employee is $85. And at the end of 2027, there would be more, they would need to be contributing more. Have you done the math to figure out what the average cost per employee would be? 'Cause I kind of did some.
So the average right now, you're correct. The average employer is paying at 0.61%. So they pay that on the first $14,000 in annual earnings to each employee for $85 per year right now. So the impact there that you're seeing in both recessionary scenarios is the employers would be projected, again, a lot of assumptions made here, but they would be projected to lose the half-point fund balance reduction. So if you were still at that average 0.61, or actually you wouldn't be at the average, let's make this even more complicated. You would have already lost a half point because right now they got a full point reduction on their rate, right? That's what they currently experience. When you go that deep into the recession, they would have already lost that full point and they would be at the half point. So that average employer at 0.61 would be at 1.1. And so by not having that half point reduction in that first quarter of 27, they would actually be at a point and a half. 1.5%, 1.6% would be what they would be paying on the first $14,000 in annual earnings for each employee, compared to 1.1 versus 1.6. And when you calculate the impact, the total impact on employers statewide, that's where you get the figure of $22.9 million collectively amongst all employers by not having that half-point discount in that quarter.
That's clear. Thank you. And Representative Robley, or Hall, I'm sorry.
That works fine. Thank you. Thanks for testifying. As I look at this table, a question comes up. I mean, it seems to run from, the benefits run from 1.14% to 1.02. But is there an advantage to having it structured this way versus just having in the statute a straight percentage? Does this make the department's job easier? Does it, is it saving money somehow? I mean, would it be better and save the taxpayers money overall? Would it reduce your costs if we just had in the statute a straight percentage?
So New Hampshire has always done it this way, with the benefit table that you see. Can the department do it a different way? We certainly can. There would be money and time needed to do that, to reprogram the current system to calculate that weekly benefit amount differently. If we were to calculate it based off of not the earning tiers that you see, but as a straight replacement rate for what you actually earned during that 4-quarter base period. You'd obviously want to put in some sort of maximum at which you're going to provide that wage replacement. I think we've talked before about how Social Security has a wage cap that they no longer tax those earnings above. I think it's in the mid 140s is how Social Security applies that. Most short-term disability programs, New Hampshire's paid family leave program, they do it the same way where they cap the wage replacement at that same level. It would, at least based on our current claim filing population with some of the numbers I provided with those people that qualified for the maximum right now, 427, those that qualified in 2024, their average base period earnings was over $88,000, over $88,500 actually. So there would be a higher benefit cost depending on what you set your wage replacement rate at. But to do to keep a 50%, 54% like the current goal at the 41.5, which is not what happens in reality because the people are earning 88.5. But to set a 50% wage replacement there would be a significant increase in the amount of benefits being paid.
Okay, Representative Cahill.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Mr. Lavers. So when the fund balance reaches a certain level, like when a bell rings, the angel gets its wings. So that affects statewide, all the employers, regardless of their history, get a little bit of something or a little bit more of a benefit. But how does that come down to the 22 million, to the individual average employer right now at 85? If we pass this, would it go to $85.50 or $86 annually? Could you tell us that today?
The quick math My father was my high school calculus teacher. Okay.
Nice,
He's
nice.
probably looking down and wondering how well his lawyer son is going to do. But you'd be looking at, so instead of paying at that, again, to be apples to apples for that particular quarter, without any change, employers would be paying at 1.1% on the first 14,000. With this proposed change, they'd be paying at 1.6% on the first 14,000. So I can do that math off of when I'm out of the spotlight. I do see a few of your colleagues that are doing the math right now. So it's it's more than double, probably more than double of what they're paying at 85 right now. But 85 is not what they'd be paying in that scenario anyway. 85 is only what they're paying right now per employee at 0.61% is the average employer. But the apples to apples would be to compare 1.1% versus 1.6%.
Well,
Please.
and again, this is only on the first 14,000. We're not adjusting that to 25,000 or anything crazy.
Correct. It's that rate, the amount of earnings would be, there's no request in this proposal from Representative McKenzie to change that. And the reason why the impact being as high as it is, at $22.9 million, is because, as we've talked about, employers that don't have seasonal patterns to their employment, most of their unemployment tax is paid as a result of earnings in that first quarter. And it's that first quarter that this proposal would be projected to impact in 2027.
Thank you very much.
Good question. Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Lavers. Utilization. Typically, when the benefits are higher, people will stay on unemployment longer. Did you means test any of that in here under the new amendment?
So it's a good question. As LME economist Brian Gottlob has pointed out before, the existence of an unemployment program increases the duration of unemployment. But that's why it exists, right? It's to provide that support rather than fall off a cliff and try to dig your way out to hopefully find a job on the other side. What these stress test scenarios did, so the answer is yes, because they mimicked as best they could claim filing behaviors from those two recessionary scenarios. So we obviously started from the current size of the labor force rather than the prior configurations of the labor force. But so we took our current labor force and we applied that 2001 mild recession, unemployment going from right now 2.6% going up to 4.5%. The same patterns with duration that were experienced in that mild, relatively short economic downturn of 2001 are what were applied there in the mild recession. And then in the major recession, we applied the Great Recession scenario. So 6.5% unemployment, duration went a significant increase. I believe you were probably in the average duration of probably 18 weeks in that time period. So again, we borrowed the behaviors from that time period to apply to the worst case, we hope, worst case stress test scenario.
Thank you. Follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The fund triggers, I know you mentioned them in here, so it's actually a two-part question. When the fund triggers a reduction or an increase in the taxes, are we also going to see some positive rated employers now fall into being negatively rated because of the additional expense of utilization and the additional length of time that people will be on it, and would they now be not subject to that credit because of the fund balance?
So the impact on the fund balance reductions, that would not cause an employer to go from positive rated to negative rated.
Right.
The calculation that could be impacted would be every year in August, we send out our annual tax rate redetermination. And in that, we provide the employer with all of their experience in the entire history of them being an employer in the state of New Hampshire. We recalculate their entire amount of taxes paid, their entire amount of the benefits we've paid out to their former employees. So they were the last employing unit, which led to someone being unemployed and eligible for unemployment benefits. But we look at all of that and we compare it against their current, most recent total wages paid. And that's what determines whether they're going to be in that lowest tax schedule for the positive rated. And then if you're newly negative, you go in that mid schedule, and then you're chronically negative, long-term negative over 4 years, you're in that highest wage schedule. So if you are right on the, you're balanced on the edge of a knife, right, with being positive rated, an increase to the amount of benefits going out hypothetically could cause you to go negatively rated. You'd be in that second schedule because you'd be a newly negative rated employer. But again, if you're right on the cusp of having the amount of benefits paid being more than the amount of taxes you have paid, then that could cause you to move to that negative rated schedule. But if you haven't had a high amount of layoff activity, you've been paying your taxes timely, and you're comfortably within that positive rated category, then it wouldn't cause that. But if someone's right on the edge, yes, an increase in benefits could cause them to go to that higher schedule.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the question. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lavers. In your experience on the topic of utilization, what's the larger factor? Is it the benefit amount or the skills and age and availability of replacement jobs?
The biggest factor that influences duration is the current state of the economy. Right now, duration is low. I'd like to say it's because of the people that work for the department doing such a great job of getting people back to work, but duration is low because of the economy. It's because New Hampshire continues to have a strong economy, stronger labor force growth than any other state in the entire Northeast, exceeding labor force growth of the entire country for the second half of '24. That is what leads to individuals quickly finding employment because no one wants to be on unemployment for longer than they have to be. And that's why no one is here talking about 100% wage replacement. So there needs to always be an effort to strike that balance of a wage replacement that can continue to allow you to provide for your family, but encourage you to find that new employment opportunity, hopefully comparable or better than what you had before as quickly as possible. But it's always, in my experience, the economic conditions that influence that duration. Unless you go to an extreme like Massachusetts, and you're going to have wage replacement rates that are incredibly high. And even right now, New Hampshire, we're at 12 weeks average duration. Massachusetts right now is at New Hampshire's recessionary duration. They're over 18 weeks. So that's kind of an example of when you strike too far on the other side and are providing too much of a wage replacement rate, and they don't, and their trust fund is insolvent. So,
Thank you.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up on that conversation, I'm wondering to what degree does an unemployed person find a job comparable in pay at that higher end of wages? Or are they relegated to crappier wages, for lack of a better term?
So what we use to gauge whether or not the job that you are offered is suitable, we look at a lot of factors. So you can take whatever job you want, right? In order to continue to be eligible for unemployment benefits, you can't reject an offer of suitable employment. And for suitable employment, we look at what you were earning before. We look at what the proposed earnings are with the job that you were offered. We look at a whole host of other factors as well. Is it the same shift that you were previously working? What are your reasons for not being able to potentially take this shift? You know, are there family responsibilities? What's the commuting distance? What is the job itself, and how does it compare to what you previously did? So we look at all of that, and it's not just because you turned down a job offer that we're automatically going to say that you're no longer eligible for unemployment. We need to make sure that is suitable. But an individual can accept whatever job that they want, and stop filing. Obviously, if you're working only part-time, you could continue to file. New Hampshire allows part-time workers to continue to file for unemployment. But that's how we look at those situations. If you refuse a job offer, we do our staff are skilled on looking at whether or not an offer was suitable or not.
For a follow-up,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You didn't really answer my question, but everything you said was informative, and I appreciated that because I learned a few things. So say someone is going on unemployment in the average economy. Maybe it's a little bit of a recession, but whatever. And they are making, say, 80,000 a year on a white collar job. I'd heard that the New Hampshire has a good job market, but not for the $80,000 white collar job necessarily. That's really my question. So if someone's unemployed, they've been laid off, or their business shuts down, whatever, are they so in addition to comparable suitable replacement, and maybe you just don't know the statistic, to what degree are people able to find similar enough wages in their next job after a period of unemployment?
And so I would just I'd point you back to the average duration right now, where individuals are filing for just over 12 weeks, despite having 26 available. The average private sector earnings continues to go up. All of those are indicators that people are not just feeling they need to take whatever job is offered to them. People, they're quickly able to find what they believe in their situation is suitable, and I would assume be comparable to what they were previously earning.
and Representative Stop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are some industries in the state, advanced manufacturing, et cetera, that are always saying, well, we have plenty of job openings, but the jobs are very specialized. And so there are shortages in those industries. So I guess my question to you is, are those people tend to be at the higher end of the scale, who are only getting, like, if they lose that job, they get like a 25% replacement. And it may be a while before another job opening comes in that field. Are we likely to lose that person to another state and then continue to have this shortage in our own state of, highly skilled, specialized workers?
So New Hampshire hasn't experienced an increase in the number of residents that are working outside of New Hampshire. It continues to be what it was prior to the pandemic, with some slight change with the number of people that are working remote, obviously, as that has increased since the pandemic. But you have about 120,000 New Hampshire residents that commute out of state to work. And we get about 80,000 people that commute into the state to work. What we do for those individuals that are looking to gain the skills in a particular high demand occupation, we have several different training programs that can provide financial support and one-on-one case management with an employment counselor. We connect them with the training institutions. Most instances, that's going to be one of our community college system campuses. But we connect them with the training opportunities. In most instances, if you're a dislocated worker, you're going to be able to get that training paid for. Not out of your own pocket. You're going to get it paid for out of the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act dollars that come in from the federal government. But we also have other training programs for individuals coming off that are on Medicaid, SNAP, TANF. We pay for their training as well. We try to encourage them into high demand occupations, particularly in those sectors that we know offer good, solid career trajectory and the state has a critical need for, like healthcare. Individuals don't always make those choices, but we try to encourage them into those fields. But there's a lot of programs that pay for that training.
All right. Sir, I appreciate all the work you did to clarify this and for your testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any other pink cards? Anyone else have anything regarding testimony? Okay, great. Seeing none, I close the hearing on HB 542. And we'll take a break for about 5 minutes. And then we'll open the hearing on HB 744. Thank you. Mr. Lavers? Mr. Lavers? No, he's right there.
Oh, is he?
Can you give me a pink card, please? Oh, you're awesome. Great. Thank you, sir. Don't hurt yourself, Representative Cahill. I'd like to open reopen the hearing on HB 744. And much like the HB 542 is that we had a great discussion on 744, but there were some things that need to be worked on it. And Representative McKenzie's done a lot of good work to get at some of those issues. And so we'd like to hear about that. I'm just going to state that I have to step out at 11:30, and Representative Avalani will assume the chairmanship while I'm gone. But Representative McKenzie, can you sort of recap on where we're at and then describe your amendment and before we move forward? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark McKenzie, Hillsborough District 40, and I'm here to present the amendment to House Bill 744, FN. So the original legislation was focused on one section of the law. And in consultation with the Department of Labor, it was brought to my attention that there were other sections of the law that were affected, and therefore they asked to forward an amendment which would take into consideration all the areas of the law that were affected. I ran this by them. They said that the corrections had been made and that the change is consistent throughout the law. And that is essentially what the amendment, that was restructuring the amendment. Now, it doesn't change the initial proposal, which is to move the rate from 60% to 66 2/3% for those areas of the law that involve the indemnity benefits. And if I could, Mr. Chairman, I would like to just give a very brief presentation relative to put this in context. And I think I sent you some of this stuff. This period, reform period, I would say, began sometime in the early 90s, and it was the catalyst for it was a proposed increase of 37% in the unemployment rate and the workers' compensation rate. It caused a series of reform study committees. There was one that took place in the 90 and then 93. So you did one under Governor Gregg, one under Governor Merrill, and one under Governor Lynch. The two first ones were probably the most impactful on the system. Governor Lynch didn't. His commission didn't report out much. I was actually on it, and so what we ended up with was this series of reforms, and this was one of those reforms that took place under House Bill 1409. Now, also included at the time was a series of things which were done to affect the overall rate. Give you an example without going too far into the weeds. They adopted things like AMA schedules for disabilities. The whole idea of workers' compensation is to try to try to insulate. I mean, when you're looking at pricing it, and the commissioner, the insurance department is there, but you want to limit risk. And I say that in the sense that there is this balance that you try to achieve in the law. You try to achieve, get to a place where the benefits are sufficient because the law is a trade-off. Workers' compensation represents a trade-off between the employer and the worker. And the idea is that the worker loses, for the most part, except in some really unreasonable cases, the ability to sue the employer. And the quid pro quo is that there is this system of benefits. And so over the course of these reforms, they chipped away at the benefits to get the cost, what they said is a cost in line. And if you heard recently that it has resulted over a period of some 20 years in reducing the cost of UI. Now, cost of workers' comp. But I would suggest that those were the industry has recovered. There were representatives from the industry that were here to suggest that the industry is in good shape, is a good line of business. So this is one of the many things that I think needs some attention. And essentially, what this will do is to restore that that piece of the law that was reduced to 60% under House Bill 1409. Now, pretty much around the country, the rate for the replacement rate for the indemnity side of the agenda is 66 and 2/3, essentially throughout the country. I don't know if it's in every state. That's what we heard. I'm not sure it's in every state, but that would take some research on my part to figure if that's actually accurate. But the majority of states will say pay 66 and 2/3. Now, I think there's a lot of justification for restoring this. You know, at the same time they were reducing this, they were also rolling back things in terms of the length of time you could be on disability. So at one point you could be on disability for 350 weeks. At the same, almost in the same page that they were taking the 60%, they were cutting that back to 262 weeks. So these are the kinds of things that were happening. And we got caught up in it. And I think by the testimony that we've heard is that the industry has recovered. There were 100, I think there was testimony, there were 100 people doing workers' compensation in the state offering it. In the early 90s, there was one. And that particular company was going to pull out. And this was not only the case here, it was the case in Maine, it was the case in other places in this country. So something needed to be done. And something was done. Now, some people might say, well, that was the deal, and, you know, things don't change. Well, in fact, things have changed. One of the cornerstones of this for workers was to keep in place the safety and health plans. So part of our demand when we were going through this was that we wanted programs that would make the workplaces safer. And they did that. And I think the evidence will show the indemnity benefits are about 40% of the cost as opposed to 60% of the cost of insurance. So we have done a pretty good job of making workplace safer, which is an upside of this. But there have been changes to that. For instance, when we originally negotiated this, it was 10 employees, I believe, that you needed a safety plan. You had to file it each year. I think it's up to 15 now, and you don't have to file it each year anymore. So that was a big change that they made. They made some other changes also in the law that dealt with things around safety committees in general. So they have made changes in this, but none of the things that really impact the cost of the program. This will impact the cost of the program. You have some analysis that was done by the NCCI, who is the agency that essentially does a rating for the system, and they show, and I think the insurance department indicated this kind of off the cuff, and I think we're right in line. It's between 5 and 6.3% increase in the workers' compensation rate. I also was given some information from the NCCI, which voluntary loss cost filing history is a little out of my wheelhouse. But I think, if I get this right, if I understand this, is there has been a series of decreases, and the insurance company can, and if I'm misstating this, I'm sure I'll be corrected. But there seems to be a trend where the actual cost of the insurance has been going down. It's varied over a period of years from 19 to 2025, from a high of -14 to a low of I think 1.8 back in 2021 projection is minus 5.6. So if I get that right, it looks like it's been trending. We're in a position where there have been some decreases, but again, I may not have that correct, and I hope somebody would correct that if I'm misstating it. So, Mr. Chairman, I think this simply restores the benefit. I could spend 3 days talking about the workers' comp reform, but I think it's given that there are 100 people offering this today, that the system has recovered, that there's some room to go back and restore some of the stuff that occurred over the course of the years. And this particular piece has been, as Representative Avellino knows, this has been in front of this committee on more than one occasion. But I think we have pretty good evidence now that this makes sense to restore it.
Okay, thank you for your work in clarifying that and updating the bill as amended. Are there any questions, Representative Cahill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So I've noticed that in the amendment, we are not going retroactive, which would be very complicated. We are merely going forward from after the enactment date. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was something that we need to clarify from the last hearing. We did so. So this will be only for injuries that occurred on or after January 1st of 2026.
Thank you.
Okay, good question. Any other questions? Representative LaCar.
Thank you. Is it true that most of the states in the country have the 66 and 2/3%?
That's my understanding, and I think there was testimony from the insurance department relative to that as well.
Okay, Roger, thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions, sir, thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your update. And can I have Mr. Fennessy, please? Please state your name and who you represent for the record. Thank you.
Nathan Fennessy. I'm an attorney at Pretty Flaherty here in Concord. I represent NCCI. Good to see most of you back again. I did bring hard copies. I sent out to the committee the analysis that NCCI performed.
If you could just hand those to both sides so we can send them around, please. Thank you.
So I won't go through all of the analysis, but I did want to just highlight a couple of things. I'm sure you've had an opportunity to review it at this point. NCCI, after doing the calculations, and as I understand it, the amendment reflects what was discussed at the last public hearing, which is what we based the analysis on. As Representative McKenzie, said, the estimate is that if enacted, it would result in an impact of between 5% and 6.3% increase on overall workers' comp system costs in New Hampshire. That's based on the private market. We did include a footnote. It's footnote 1 at the bottom of page 1. So the 5% to 6.3% is based upon our calculations that based on the private market, they're being increased between 12 million and 15 million in overall workers' comp system costs. We don't get data about self-insureds, but there's an organization called the National Academy of Social Insurance, which has some data. We don't know what it is, but they have certain information about self-insureds in New Hampshire. And based on their data, we did make an estimate that if you include what they consider to be the self-insured market in New Hampshire, that the range would be between 17 million and 22 million. So, approximately 5 to 7 million more as far as overall workers' comp system costs. And that's assuming we use the same percentage, that the same percentage would apply to those in the self-insured market. one thing I did want to highlight, and this came up at the last public hearing. So there are different types of benefits. So the calculations are slightly different based upon one of the factors that we considered was utilization. NCCI has done analysis in the past that shows that if you increase the indemnity benefit, there's an increase in utilization, which basically means people may stay on the benefit longer. So for purposes of the calculation, we used different utilization factors based on different benefits. So if you look at the chart on page 3, we broke out essentially the 4 different types of benefits that there are, and then showed the share of the indemnity losses overall in the system. So, for example, the fatal injury type makes up about 4.8% of the overall indemnity losses in New Hampshire. We then performed a calculation. So the analysis was essentially that this increase from 60 to 66 and 2/3 was approximately 9.7% in direct indemnity costs going. So in the fatal category, that works out to 9.4%. There's no change to utilization. We didn't, because if you die, you're not going to use it anymore. But then we did going down to permanent total disability. That's only 1.3%, and then we have estimates of, again, there's no change to the utilization, because if it's permanent total disability, nothing's going to change. The really change is going to happen with the 2 categories of permanent partial and total temporary disability, or total I'm blanking on the other one, but we calculate them the same. The total partial disability, because it's calculated the same way. And we use slightly different utilization factors based on the analysis that NCCI has done in the past to come up with the lower bound and the upper bound estimates, which are reflected there. Again, you're looking at 41.9% is the permanent partial disability category, and 52% is the temporary total disability piece. We then, if you multiply those all together, and you then come up with a lower bound estimate of 12.2% to 15.3%. But then you have to divide by 41%, because only 41% of the overall system costs is associated with the indemnity benefit, which gives the 5% to 6.3% range that we provided. And if anybody wants to ask any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Yeah, so first of all, I appreciate you turning this around as you said you would by last Friday. Thank you, and for sending that out to everyone. Just for my own clarification, who pays these costs? This 5 to 6.3%. Whose pocket does that come from?
So the 5 to 6.3%, the assumption is that's overall system costs. Now, in the private system, the assumption would be that at least some, if not all of that, would be picked up through an increase in premium.
Okay, so that's a premium paid by the employer.
By the employer, correct.
Okay. And any other questions? Representative Leclerc.
Yeah, thank you. So the utilization part, doesn't a doctor typically let a person on workers' comp know how long they should be out and, when they could go back to work? Obviously, depending on the type of job they have, but doesn't the doctor more tell them how long they should be out, more than a person saying, I'm going to be out for 10 weeks? A doctor might say, no, 6. Does that really how it works?
Yeah, I would say that is generally true. However, NCCI has done analysis over time, and when there's been changes in indemnity benefits, they've seen in the categories that are either permanent partial or temporary total, there tends to be a slight increase in utilization for individuals. So whereas before maybe they were on workers' comp for 20 weeks, incrementally it may go up to 21 or 22 weeks. And so that's based on those observations and calculations that NCCI has done in the past. In pricing this, we made the assumption that that would hold true with a similar type of increase here.
For follow-up, sir.
Yeah, thank you. But, so are you saying that they're going against what their physician might tell them?
I don't know. I don't know what the conversations might be between an individual worker and their doctor. I can just tell you that based on what NCCI has done in the past with information that they've had, they've observed this phenomenon where injured workers, when there's a rate increase, may stay on the benefit slightly longer.
All right, thanks.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So workers' comp, a bit like unemployment insurance, is not universally the same rate. If you're a roofing company, your rates are probably a little higher than if you had a coffee shop. So the rate increase isn't spread across the whole state of New Hampshire, all the employers. It's going to be affected by the type of business they have. Is that correct? And their experience?
That's correct. So I'll give you sort of the very basic. You have a classification code. So if you have a roofing company, the classification code likely is, I'll call it the rate is higher than clerical. But then you also have an experience rating modification. So you, the individual company, could have a different higher or lower based on how many claims that you have had in the past as your company itself. So I like to think about there's sort of two separate aspects to coming up with that.
Follow-up? Please.
Thank you. So then the employer, acting in their best interest and the best interest of their employees, will institute the best, more robust safety program, encourage their roofers to have the harness and all those things, not take any shortcuts to, right?
I would say that there is a financial benefit if you are experiencing claims losses and your experience rating modification goes up. There is a financial incentive for you to take safety precautions to drive that number down in the future.
Thank you.
Representative Kessering.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I had a question looking at your statistics here. Would the specific businesses that have a higher rate of, let's say, code right now, would they see a larger impact from this, do you think?
I don't know. I don't know. It would depend on sort of how it played out across the different classification codes. I don't know that sitting right here.
Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions. You talked about utilization. Some industries have longer utilization than others. You figure, a more of an office setting is going to be back to work quicker than somebody that's broken their leg falling off a ladder. How does that square with the impact overall for getting back to work without extending the utilization because you're getting paid more to stay home while you're injured?
So I would say the numbers that we used there were just sort of, we used a range for each of those categories. So while it may be true that that someone who suffers a more severe injury would be on the benefit for longer, we didn't really get into the particulars of how it would impact one classification code versus another classification code.
Thank you. Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
For follow-up?
Right now, the payment system has 41% for wage replacement or indemnity payments. With increased utilization would require a change in that. And given that some insurance people have a very small margin, given higher healthcare costs, administrative costs, independent doctor costs, utilization claims, how does that translate into just a 5% increase in possible private insurance going up?
So, I mean, based on the analysis that we did, which factors in essentially what the impact to indemnity would be, our analysis was that the range would be between 5 and 6.3%. Now, over time, the 41% obviously could increase in the future. We don't know if that's going to be true or not, but it could go up from 41% to some other higher portion of the overall benefit. Because if you're increasing the indemnity, presumably it would go above 41% at some point. But I will say, over the last probably 5 to 6 years, the indemnity, sort of the gross amount of indemnity, has generally remained about the same. And the rate decreases that we have seen have been derived almost exclusively through an increase or a decrease in frequency of medical claims, and then the severity of the claims generally has gone down over time, which means that the medical portion of the benefit's gone down on a gross level. If I can just, because I know Representative McKenzie raised, what I provided to him was a slide that we provide to the insurance department with our rate filing for 2025, which showed, I have a copy of it with me right here. It basically showed what the history of the loss cost filings have been since 2019. And the loss cost filing is essentially I'll call it the rate that NCCI is filing for purposes of the voluntary market. This is different than the assigned risk pool. But generally speaking, with the exception of, actually, it's gone down every single year since 2019. So that's year over year. In 2021, the filing was for a 1.8% decrease, which was the lowest decrease. But the filing we made, which was approved by the department this fall for starting on January 1, 2025, was a 5.6 decrease from the year prior. I hope that answered your question.
And for a follow-up, sir.
So we talked about the voluntary market, but
Yes.
there's also an involuntary market, which is your assigned risk.
Correct.
Did you look at that in relations to this 5 to 6%, or is that going to be that's a whole different ballpark with?
My understanding is that was part of the analysis that was done. Because we do that filing on behalf of the assigned risk pool in New Hampshire. So my understanding is that that's part of this analysis.
Thank
And-
you. I'll save my next questions for the insurance commissioner.
All right, good. Representative Cahill, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again. I'm not really a math wizard, but
I'm not either.
oh my God. Maybe someone else in the earshot, but I was looking at we talked about 86,000 annual salary that is somewhat common in New Hampshire, though not in this room. And I just sort of ran, 60% times that, it was like $992 a week. And I think it was, with the 66 and 2/3, it was another $110. Does that sound close to anyone's math wizardry? $110 more a week that they would get. Would they utilize it much longer for $110 a week?
I can't speak to the math because I'm not good at math in front of a crowd. So I can't speak to the motivations individuals might have. I would say that if you look at the benefits, it's not strictly 60% and 66 and 2/3. there's an analysis as to how the average weekly wage compares to certain things. So it's a little bit more nuanced, I would say, than just a strict 60%.
Right. Thank you very much.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you, sir. I appreciate the quick turnaround and the detailed analysis. Thank you. And I'm gonna step out and hand the gavel over to Representative Avalani for the rest of the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Christian Citarella, I'm guessing from the Insurance Department. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you for having me. Hello, my name is Christian Citarella. I am the Chief Property and Casualty Actuary at the New Hampshire Insurance Department. I have reviewed the analysis of the NCCI. I believe their range of estimates for the change to loss costs due to the proposed change in benefit is reasonable and actuarially sound. I think it is important, though, to acknowledge that the anticipated change to loss costs does not necessarily mean premiums will adjust by the same factor. Loss costs are strictly the underlying costs, as Mr. Fennessy described. These are the underlying costs that an insurance carrier has to pay out the claims that occur. Loss costs do not account for other expenses to an insurance company, such as overhead, marketing, completing audits, and of course, and some profit provision. Each carrier will likely adjust their premium as they deem necessary, considering the kind of business that they deal with, as was mentioned, the types of employers that they sell their business to, and kind of the overall market approach. Each carrier is going to interpret these changes slightly differently. But so because of all that, I would be surprised if in the end, the effect of this legislation would result in an overall average premium increase of that 6.3% high upper bound that was presented by NCCI. Nevertheless, I do concede, after reviewing the work of NCCI, that the change to premium would likely be greater than the upper bound, my upper bound last week of 4%. So there is every reason to believe, after looking at their analysis, that yes, we're looking at somewhere in the 5 to 6% effect in the end on premium. So let me be clear, passage of this bill would very likely result in increased workers' compensation loss costs for the first time in more than a decade. Mr. Fennessy's chart that he showed goes back to 2019, but in fact, we've had decreases in our state for loss costs. What did I say? It's been 13 years. So it's at 20, what are we now? 25. So it's been back to 2012. We've seen decreases, and it's been consistently decreasing every year. With that one blip was at 2021, where it was a very, very small decrease, but a decrease nonetheless. So if we do have an increase this time around due to this legislation, that would trigger an increase in workers' compensation premium paid by business owners throughout the state. And it's important, and the commissioner told me to remind you all that the insurance market as a whole is in a very difficult time right now. That business owners, employers, are purchasing insurance of many different kinds, different types, different coverages. They have commercial auto, they've got property, they've got general liability that they purchase. All of these other types of insurances, the premiums are going up. Workers' compensation has been the one kind of bright spot in the insurance market in New Hampshire and in many other parts of the country where, premiums aren't going down as the loss costs are going down at the same rate, but things are very, very stable, very affordable right now. And so it's kind of that one bright spot in the insurance world. And the commissioner this morning wanted me to make sure you all knew that that do we really want to mess with that one bright spot? Yes, is the way he wanted to impress upon you. But again, this is a balance between, benefits to workers and, to be clear, as mentioned, New Hampshire is an outlier when it comes to that benefit to, wage replacement, nationally. But then to balance the other side of the effect on premium to employers. And so that's your decision to make. So I'm happy to take questions.
Representative Cahill.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, in the area of insurance, is workers' comp unique in that it is sort of what the employer does that has a larger impact than when you say property, if there's a flood in California, everybody pays?
Right. I mean, there's events, natural disasters do affect property insurance more broadly across the whole country and internationally for that matter. So because of the effect of costs of reinsurance. Workers' comp, I would say, is a little bit more isolated from those effects, to an extent. I mean, for certain types of employers and certain types of workers, there just isn't enough experience within our state to develop their own rates. And so we may look to similarly situated workers in other states to then develop, and when I say we, it's NCCI that does the analysis, we review it, and then we approve it. But yes, so short answer, yes, it is more protected, more isolated than other types of coverage. Yeah.
Follow up?
Follow?
So again, most of the impact, the rate increase that a given employer would have is based on their industry and their history and their ability to change that by being really focused on safety. Is that correct?
Oh, yes. And I do think that that's one of the main reasons that we have seen these loss costs going down over the last decade is implementation of safety measures, risk mitigation, and just better practices within on the factory floor.
One more?
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Thank you again. So if the worker is injured, this is obviously, something not that they didn't jump off the ladder. This is an involuntary thing that no one anticipated, and their income is reduced if this law passes, to 66 2/3. Don't they have an incentive to get back to work as soon as they're physically able?
Right. The decision to go back to work, it is based on, what the doctor is going to approve.
Right.
But to Mr. Fennessy's point, that the correlation is there, that historically there has been an uptick in utilization when there's been an increase in benefits. Gently, I'll push back to that analysis in that we're probably due for an updated analysis in that regard because it has been a while since that work has been done and the economy is different than it was. And there are many factors that go into that. But yeah, it is true that if there is a greater indemnity benefit, that it does correlate with higher utilization.
One more.
Final follow-up,
So-
Representative Cahill.
Thank you. So for $110 a week more, an employee might talk to his doctor and say, well, this is really still hurting me. Is that the fear?
Intuitively, that seems, I guess that's the logical conclusion, that for some reason, and we don't know, I mean, it doesn't tell us why, it's just the numbers do seem to parallel, that when there's a higher benefit, there's greater utilization. That seems to be the intuitive approach, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions?
Now, there was one other thing, if I might, that I had thrown out a number last week, and I just wanted to kind of give a little more around that number, and that's the number of writers in the state. I had said that there were over 100 writers in the state, and that is true. Right now there are 100, as of, this is 2023 data, there are 112 insurance carriers that wrote more than 0.1% of the market. So there are 112 individual insurance companies that are active in the state. Many of them are affiliated. So like you take it in like a Liberty or a Travelers, and they're going to have many different companies inside that umbrella. And so if we look at groups, like an affiliation of insurance carriers or a group of carriers, we're looking at about 60 groups that write more than 0.1% of the market. So it's still a very, very healthy market, in short. Sorry.
Any further questions? I have a few, of course. Is there a fear of or an expectation that if wage replacement percentages go up, that certain carriers might drop the more expensive clients that have a recurring issues with workman's compensation?
I wouldn't be able to answer that with any level of confidence. I mean, there are representatives of the insurance industry, at least there were behind me earlier. That might be a question for them. The change being proposed, this is the way I think about it. You know, going to 66 2/3% wage replacement is very, very common. That amount of, that benefit is very common around the country. Every insurance company that writes workers' comp in New Hampshire writes it in at least 2 or 3 other states, and most of them write nationwide, And so this isn't, in my opinion, this would not be a debilitating change to any insurance carrier. I don't see this as the thing that they would then say, no, we're not going to write you,
Correct, but would that force more people off the voluntary market and into the involuntary market for their experience?
It would just mean that it would be, no, because the involuntary market would be more expensive as well. And this is the sort of thing where, again, this is my opinion. I can't speak on behalf of the insurance companies, but as a regulator and just way I see the market run, it doesn't seem like that would have any measurable effect on the appetite, on the appetite that insurance carriers would have in writing business.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this topic? We have a few minutes. Seeing none, we'll close the hearing on 7:44. We have a 1 o'clock exec session, and the chairman wants you to enjoy more than 15 minutes for lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this afternoon's fun and festivities. We're going to exec 9 bills. And that will close us out until Senate bills, and we'll see what happens there. So in the interest of the great amount of work that everyone's done and being completely thoughtful on these things, there's folks have done a lot of work to make bills more compatible and understandable. And as such, as my deputy reminded me, this is my self-inflicted wound, but at the end of the day, I do respect what everyone's doing. And we've got 7 amendments. Okay. So I talked to Paul Smith this morning just to make sure we got this right. And I just want to review the bidding for everyone so we can keep ourselves honest. Okay. So what's going to happen if there's an amendment on a bill, the person with the amendment will introduce the bill as ought to pass. There's an ought to pass motion with amendment. Okay, and then that person will be given the opportunity to explain the amendment. And we can have a discussion on amendment. And then we'll vote on the amendment. The amendment will either pass or fail. If the amendment fails, then we'll go to the original motion of ought to pass. If ought to pass passes, then ought to pass and off we go. If ought to pass fails, then a new motion will be made for ITL or it could be to retain or whatever the new motion would be. All right. And then, so we'll go through that. Now, of the 9 bills, we're doing that 7 times, which is why I just wanted to go through the process as I've researched this morning to make sure that we are straight. Are there any issues with that? Any questions, comments? Yes, sir, of course.
I just wanted to express my appreciation to the homework that you did because I was a little unclear about the process. And by the time we get to this 5th one, I think we'll be good at it.
We'll see. But no, I did. I asked the question 4 times. I got 4 different answers. So I went to the mountain and I talked to Paul this morning. I think even if we're not right, we're right enough. But quite honestly, I think we're good to go. Okay, so to lead off this afternoon, I open the hearing on HB 248. Representative Flanagan, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion. I have a motion to OTP with an amendment. And I'd like to have the opportunity to introduce the amendment once it's
As
acknowledged.
soon as you get a second, do we have a second?
Yes, Warden, second.
And do you want to speak to your amendment?
Yes, very briefly, because there really wasn't a lot of changes. If one remembers, the lobbyists for the State Employees Union came in because they was concerned that there was already existing language in the CBA that they had. And what I did was I amended this bill on the last sentence saying, this section shall not apply to employees covered under collective bargaining agreements. And that's it. And I think we met the objectives of that. And I think the vice chairman had some concerns that I addressed too.
Okay, great. I appreciate your doing that work. Are there any questions on the amendment? Seeing no questions on the amendment, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Avalani,
Yes.
Representative Flanagan, Representative Ayers,
Yes.
Representative Warden,
Yes.
Representative Drago,
Yes.
Representative Granger. Aye. Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Valone.
No.
No, Susie.
Sorry, Representative Susie. Oh,
Yes.
Representative Valone,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative DeSilvestro,
Yes.
Representative Bouchard,
Yes.
Representative McKenzie,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Leclerc,
Yes.
Representative Staub,
Yes.
Representative Creighton.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, do I have a motion for ought to pass as amended?
Yes. I motion to OTP.
OTPA,
OTPA, yes, sorry.
correct. And do I have a second?
Second, Warden.
And Mr. Clerk, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would like to say that the addition there changes as we talked about, separating the unions and what they recommended and also the changes. But as far as that's why, that change is a really good change for this bill.
Okay, and would you like to speak to your second? Are there any other comments or questions on this bill? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, Chairman Avalani, or Representative Avalani,
Yes.
Representative Flanagan. Yeah. Representative Ayers,
Yes.
Representative Warden.
Yes.
Representative Drago,
Yes.
Representative Granger,
Aye.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Susi,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Oh, sorry. I have the name. Representative
Valone.
Valone, sorry. Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative DeSalvestro,
Yes.
Representative Bouchard,
Yes.
Representative McKenzie,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Leclerc,
Yes.
Representative Staub,
Yes.
Representative Creighton.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous.
So we have 20-0. Is there any objection to putting this bill on consent? Seeing no objection, let's put it on consent. Thank you. And this closes the executive session on HB 248.
Who's doing the blurb? Is it Kesselring or Flanagan?
Representative Flanagan, you're doing the blurb on this? Thank you. All right, and I'd now like to open the session on HB 280. And Representative Granger, do you have a motion?
I move amendment 0452H.
You motion for ought to pass?
Well, I move the amendment and then we ought to pass. I can.
No,
yeah.
we make the ought to pass, and then you talk to the motion, the amendment.
Okay, ought to pass as amended.
You move ought to pass and would like to offer an amendment.
Yes.
Very good, thank you. And is there a second?
I second.
Representative Warden seconds. And would you like to talk to your amendment?
Yes. So this amendment just adds the words "and employee," and that's just to signify that the employer and the employee are equal partners in the exchange, and that both of them have the right to walk away from an agreement that they do not like.
Okay, is there any discussion on the amendment as presented? Seeing no discussion, Mr. Clerk, would you call the roll on the amendment?
Representative Avalani,
Yes.
Representative Flanagan. Yeah. Representative Ayers.
Representative Ors votes
Ors.
yes.
Ors, thank you, sir. Representative Warden.
Yes.
Representative Drago.
Yes.
Representative Granger.
Aye.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Susi.
No.
Representative Valone.
Lone votes no.
Representative Cahill.
No.
Representative DeSalvestro.
No.
Representative Bouchard.
No.
Representative McKenzie.
No.
Representative Schultz.
Nope.
Representative Leclerc.
No.
Representative Staub.
Nope.
Chairman Creighton.
Yes.
11-9.
The amendment passes on a vote of 11-9. Representative Avalani, do you have a motion to make?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move OTPA on House Bill 280.
Could you turn your mic on, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move OTPA on House Bill 280.
The motion is OTPA on House Bill 280. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Warden. And Mr. Avalani, or Representative Avalani, would you care to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment satisfies my curiosity by adding an employee. So now I like the bill. Thank you.
And Representative Warden, would you like to add anything? Is there any further discussion on this bill? Representative Susie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to vote against this. I think the legislation is bad. I don't think we need to change the wage payments. I think people are pretty happy at work with the way things are. I think this just, as some would say, it would make it easier, but I think it complicates the matter. So I'm going to vote against it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I recall, the Department of Labor had several concerns about how this would work if it wasn't, in fact, valid currency that was used, and that's not specified. Actually, it's crossed out in the bill and remains crossed out in the amendment. So I'm voting against it.
Okay, thank you for your input. Any other comments? And Mr. Clerk, seeing no other comments, Mr. Clerk, could you call the roll on OTPA for HB 280?
Representative Avalani,
Yes.
Representative Flanagan. Representative Ayers.
Representative Ors
Ors.
votes yes.
Ors. Ors. Representative Warden.
Yes.
Representative Drago.
Yes.
Representative Granger. Aye. Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Susie.
No.
Sorry. Representative Valone.
Malone votes no.
Okay. Representative Cahill.
No.
Representative DeSilvestro.
No.
Representative Bouchard.
No.
Representative McKenzie.
No.
Representative Schultz.
No.
Representative Leclerc.
No.
Representative Staub.
No.
And Representative Creighton.
Yes.
11-9.
All right, the vote is 11-9, and Representative Granger, you're doing the committee report. Roger. And Representative Susie. Okay, please. And again, as is our habit, by noon tomorrow would be great. That way we can get it in for next week's calendar. All right, this closes the hearing on HB 280. I'd now like to open the hearing on HB 379. And Representative Cahill, do you have a motion to make?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move ought to pass as amended, and I do have an amendment to speak to.
All right. And Representative Labrie, do you have a second on that?
Did Chris have a second?
Oh, it's better to
You could, no, go ahead. Representative Schultz, go ahead.
I second it.
You second? Great. And would you like to speak to your amendment, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. During the hearing on the bill, there were several good suggestions made from committee members, and I've tried to incorporate them. Among them were the change from during the school vacation week to weeks, because there are a couple. And we also added the Monday or Friday holiday, which I thought made good sense, and I thank the members for that. And clarified that during the period in which school is in session, so that would be the time that no youth, 16 or 17-year-old, in the night work. So I think I dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's that were offered. So I would hope that you would support this amendment and allow our younger workers the time to prepare for their adult work careers, although they certainly value the experience from this high school year work. Their high school diploma and further education will have lifelong effects, and that is why I have brought this bill forward.
Is there any discussion on this bill? Thank you for your work. Seeing no discussion on the amendment, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Avalani.
Yes.
Representative Flanagan. Yes. Representative Ors.
Yes.
Representative Warden.
No.
Representative Drago.
Yes.
Representative Granger.
Yeah.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
The clerk, yes. Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Susi.
Yes.
Representative Valone.
No.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative DeSilvestro.
Yes.
Representative Bouchard.
Yes.
Representative McKenzie. Yes. Representative Schultz.
No.
Representative Leclerc.
Yes.
Representative Staub.
Yes.
Chairman Creighton.
Yes.
17-3.
17-3, the amendment passes. Are there any discussions on OTPA? No, we already have it. Yeah. Is there a motion for OTPA? Representative Cahill. Yep. Okay, are there any discussion, is there any further discussion on OTPA for 379? Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to just take a moment to say why I voted no and it impacts the bill now is I don't think it goes far enough to protect the young folks who are working. I feel 35 hours is too many hours in a school week, in my opinion. And I think we should be putting a lot more restrictions with parental permissions and school involvement, all those things. So I didn't feel comfortable voting for it for that reason. Having said that, I would be fine if it goes on consent. I don't know where that threshold is. So,
Okay, thank you. Any, and I'm sorry, did we get a second on the motion for OTPA? Representative DeSilvestro seconds that motion. Thank you.
I'd like to speak to,
Representative Warden,
I'd like
please.
to, yes, to speak against the bill as amended. I think it goes too far in restricting employers and giving the freedom and choices that young people need to work around their school schedules. So I will be voting a hard no on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your input. And Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to echo Representative Warden's thoughts. This bill doesn't keep in mind homeschoolers and those who do not attend a typical public school education, which is likely going to be the majority in the future. And getting those kids in a real life work experience in a real life job is one of the most important parts of their education. And so I would vote against this bill.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Avalani.
No.
Representative Flanagan. No. Representative Ors.
No.
Representative Warden.
No.
Representative Drago.
No.
Representative Granger.
No.
Representative Farrington.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Clerk, no. Representative Labrie.
No.
Representative Valone. Oh,
Yes.
sorry. Representative Susi.
Yes.
Yes. And Representative Valone.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative DeSilvestro.
yes.
Representative Bouchard.
Yes.
Representative McKenzie.
Yes.
Representative Leclerc.
Yes, but you skipped one.
Representative Schultz, sorry.
No.
Apologize. Representative Staub
Yes.
and Representative Creighton.
No.
11-9.
No.
What? 12. Yep. Who did I miss?
Schultz voted no.
Oh, apologize. Schultz voting. Thank you.
Okay, so we got, is everyone 12-8, 8-12? And the motion fails? Is there another motion, Representative Labrie?
Yeah, I motion ITL 379.
The motion on the table is ITL for HB 379. Are there any comments to that motion?
I will second that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the second. Are there any comments to the motion? Seeing no comments to the motion, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on ITL for HB 379.
Representative Avaloni,
Yes.
Representative Flanagan,
Yes.
Representative Ors,
Yes.
Representative Warden,
Yes.
Representative Drago,
Yes.
Representative Granger,
Aye.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Bree,
Yes.
Representative Susie,
No.
Representative Valone,
No.
Representative Cahill,
No.
Representative De Silvestro,
No.
Representative Bouchard,
No.
Representative McKenzie,
No.
Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Leclerc,
Nope.
Representative Staub,
No.
Representative Creighton.
Yes.
It's 11-9. So.
All right, and ITL is approved on a vote of 11-9 for HB 379. Representative LaBrie, you've got the committee report. And is there a Representative Cahill? Okay, and this closes the executive session on House Bill 379. I'd like to open the executive session on HB 386. Representative Cahill, do you have a motion? Can you turn your mic, please?
I'd like to move ought to pass on HB 386 FN.
Second.
And I do
And-
have an amendment.
And Representative Schultz seconds. And would you speak to your amendment, please?
Yes, thank you. We heard testimony indicating that there was a problem with the lack of information, informed consent with the what's the word I'm looking for? It's terrible. Anyway, nurses will often work for an agency, be assigned to several different places, and each and every place they worked a shift, they could no work or not be hired there directly by the employer, no matter how much both sides wanted it, without some sort of exorbitant payment, perhaps it's for as long as a year or two. And we also heard that there was a local interim health agency who used a period of 13 weeks, and after that, they were free to go. So there seemed to be some interest in that, some consensus that those were both concerns that we could address. And while if this does not work, I would hope we would retain the bill, but that delays the ability to address the issue. And we all have nursing homes in our counties. There are sometimes corrections facilities, and we certainly have schools and school nurses. So this affects the whole state. And I'd like to see us do something this year, if at all possible. And I offer this amendment to make something happen.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your work on putting this amendment together. Representative Schultz, would you like to speak to your second?
I really think it's important. Yes, Mr. Chair. I really think it's important that we acknowledge that these agreements take place as today between the employer and the agencies who, or the agency and the employers who contract with them. And I think that we need to make sure that any employee in this situation understands the rules from the beginning about non-competes. And I think this addresses it in a fair way.
Okay, Representative Warden, would you like
I
to
have a
make a comment?
question for the sponsor.
Please.
Reading line number 1 of your amendment, it reads funny to me, to my reading. And it says amend so-and-so as inserted by section 2 of the bill by replacing it with the following. Is your amendment designed to replace the entire bill or just section 2 with this new language? And secondarily, do you agree that analysis in line one is clunky?
Okay, thank you for the question. This is intended to replace just that section. And before the letter E, there should be shall not, which I think survived in the bill. And this is one of the unfortunate things where we had the amendment only and not the whole bill in front of us.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions or comments? Seeing none, would you please call the roll call on the amendment to HB 386?
Representative Avalon,
No.
Representative Flanagan, Representative Ors,
No.
Representative Warden,
No.
Representative Drago,
No.
Representative Granger,
No.
Representative Farrington,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Clerk, no. Representative Labrie,
No.
Representative Susie,
Yes.
Representative Valone,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative Di Silvestro,
Yes.
Representative Bouchard,
Yes.
Representative McKenzie,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Leclerc,
Yes.
Representative Staub,
Yes.
and Representative Creighton.
No. All right, and the amendment fails, 11-9. We're now back to the original. Yes, Representative Cahill.
I'd like to make a motion to retain this bill so that we might explore ways to have this resolved in the going forward.
Is there a second? That's a valid motion. Is there a second to the motion? Second to the motion. Is there any comments to the motion? Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this section of law is okay as it is, and I don't think that we need to retain it because we can just put another bill in next year or something.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have one.
Representative McKenzie.
Good, thank you. I think anybody who is related to the nursing field and the staffing of facilities, and I vice chair of the Hillsborough County delegation, everybody's facing issues. Everybody is facing issues around staffing questions. I think the testimony from the witnesses that came before this committee are compelling to the extent that we need to take a look at people who are practitioners in the business who are coming in front of this committee saying, look, we need some relief from some of these issues. I think we owe that to them. They gave very compelling testimony. They are professionals in this business. They not only are they nurses, but they are union representatives who know what's going on. And so I think we got to respond to people who come in with this kind of testimony. And, you know, nursing in general is a field that's changing and not in a very good way.
All right. Thank you, Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing I also heard, though, was that a gentleman came in and testified that he strikes a business relationship with a county or a school district or whatever the case may be voluntarily. And now we want to insert after the fact that we don't like it. Well, there's a lot of things out there we don't like. And yeah, there are a lot of things that cost more money for the towns and the counties and the schools. But what are we trying to do? Legislate stupidity? I just don't get the whole idea of trying to usurp this arrangement that's been made, and it's made in other industries too. It's not just for nurses. So I'm having a tough time with the bill, and please, nothing personal. It's just that it's an ongoing practice, and I just don't see it.
And Representative Drago.
I'm just going to build on what Representative Flanagan said. I agree. Yesterday we had a few employees call out, so we actually had to hire an agency to staff us. And wouldn't you know it, as part of the paperwork we had to fill at the beginning of the year, we had to sign a non-compete. We couldn't hire the employee outright. They had to work for us for a certain amount of time, rightfully, so that the agency can make their money off us, and then we could hire them. So it's not unique just to the nursing field. I think it's across the board. Everybody has worker shortage, so singling out one one industry is not something I can agree with.
Okay, Representative Cahill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to point out, it's my understanding that if we filed a bill in the first year and it did not pass, we can't file it again in the second year. So that means retaining is the best option if we actually would want to do something with this bill. And further that, while there certainly are temp agencies who supply workers and they are paid for it, nursing is a critical part of healthcare. You can't just get anybody off the street and now you're a nurse and giving medications. And our population is an aging population, myself included. And I think we need to have be able to open the wards at the county nursing homes, not close them because we can't get people or we can't afford the people. And I think we need to work on this bill. I'm disappointed we didn't do the amendment, but let's go forward and work on it further.
All right, Representative Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is an issue of just basic, good old-fashioned common sense and fairness. I mean, the situations that we heard about in testimony, two really stick out to me. The first is the general thing that we heard over and over again, which is these agreements aren't involving the employee at all. These are between an agency and who hires the agency, which is a business or private entity, whatever. The employee comes in after that and is oftentimes not even aware there is a non-compete clause that will inhibit them from taking a job at, say, that nursing home for some years. That seems just incredibly unfair to just, if this contract that was signed separate from you, is it presented to you to let you know that this is what's happening? But the one that the second example is the one that just really sealed the deal for me. And that was someone testified that, folks don't even know they're necessarily taking this interview for a job with an agency. They think that they're actually working for, say, Hillsborough County Nursing Home. The way it's advertised to employees makes them believe they're working for that nursing home. So in what universe, if we don't at least find a way to inform them, which we could do, we could change the bill if we retain it. In what universe could we even give a chance for that employee who is really here to pitch in and do the right thing and work in these jobs? That would be a fair way to deal with it. What I assume a reason to be opposed to a concept around this, to be okay with this contract situation, would be because you don't want poaching. Okay, you don't want poaching. That I understand as a temp earlier, 30 years ago, I did some temp work. I know what that's like. We definitely had limits on the laws there at that point, but I was aware of them. To not put an employee in this situation to even help them understand that they're not applying for Hillsborough County Nursing Home, or that this agreement even exists, to me seems incredibly unfair. So if you oppose this bill, I hope you will seriously consider a level of fairness to just the average person taking these jobs, to find a way to do the notice piece. Because if we don't even notice the workers, or we lead them to believe that they're working directly for that nursing home and not an agency, and so maybe it's too late, I think that's incredibly unfair. So I agree that I think retaining this, if you oppose the bill, would be really helpful to people in the Granite State, and it might actually make, say, healthcare and other things cheaper. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, and Representative Susie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think there is a problem in general, overall speaking, not necessarily with the bill, but I believe there's a problem. And I think retain's a good option. It doesn't hurt to retain it. There's going to be a little work to be done. And at the end of the day, if we decide that, retaining it and we can't come up with anything, then we voted a different way. But I don't think retain is a bad way to go on this, and just take a look and see if there's anything that we can do to help this situation out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Granger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the laws of economics are important in this, specifically because nursing is such an important field, and because we have a nursing shortage. Ignorance of economics is going to be all the worse if we have a tendency to ignore them. There's a mentality in modern America where we think that just because an industry is important, that means for the reason that it is important, we can ignore econ, but we can't. it's more important because it's an important industry to follow the laws of economics. And if we have these non-compete agreements banned, or if we come out with a bill and retain it and do all that, we're still going to be ignoring the laws of economics. If you want to have like a notification or something like that, that should be a separate bill. It shouldn't be part of this bill. And I don't think, even if this bill gets indefinitely postponed on the floor, I don't think anyone would say that a notice to an employee that there's a non-compete agreement is the same thing as the last bill. So I think it would be perfectly fine to file it next year.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On a similar note, not that I'll say the same thing as my sidekick here, but to Representative Scholz's concern, is the bill, if it is to ITL, it can be brought back, though, similar to what Representative Susi was commenting about, was it sharing to the prospective nurse or whatever employee, is that there is a relationship with the location where you'll be working at, and that you cannot just leave us and go work for them. There's a process in place. If that bill was submitted, I don't see there'd be a conflict between this bill and something bill like that, because they're dealing with two separate issues. One's the new one would be this a notification, whereas this is basically saying you can't do it as an agency. So it's the two different things, but it does the goal I think that the sponsor wanted was to make sure the person knows that you can't just take a job unilaterally. Now, maybe that's the case, but I think with the agreements that we have, and it creates problems. But that can be resubmitted next term.
Representative Cahill.
Mr. Chair, again, that would be, to my friend Mr. Flanagan, that would be up to the speaker to decide. But I wanted to add that we did hear from a gentleman who I believe he had over 40 years' experience in this business, and he has relationships with the facilities and with the people that he calls upon, and it seems to be working with just 13 weeks of recouping his expenses and making a profit. Otherwise, he wouldn't be doing it for, I think it was 43 years. So I think this was not saying you can't have a non-compete. It just says the length of time for which you can have it. 13 weeks as opposed to 52 weeks or there's no limit right now. So I think we should retain it and do some additional work. Thinking of our districts, the people that we serve, this could be helpful.
Representative LeBreen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to sum this up, I think, and we've hired temporary workers too, and when we go to a temp service, we know how it works. The workers know how it works. Everybody knows how it works. So to put on this charade that we don't know how it works is a charade. And I don't know that we should retain this. I think it needs to be gutted and brought back as something else. If there's truly a problem, I think we need to dive into it deeper. This is not the bill to solve the problem.
Representative McKenzie.
Let me repeat this. In nursing homes and agencies all over the state and county government, there is this issue, and staffing agencies are an issue. They cost more money. They displace workers. So we need to figure this out. I think somebody comes to us and says, we have this problem. We need this committee, which is the charge that we have, to look at issues around staffing and how staffing works and whether or not this is impeding people's rights. But more importantly, what kind of impact is this having generally on the workforce? And the nursing profession is one of the places where there are shortages, where the Boston hospitals are just pulling them out of the state of New Hampshire. And so if somebody comes to us and said, will you take a look at this? I think we should take some time. We don't have a lot backed up here, to take some time to really to go through this and try to understand how these pieces fit together in the broader question about the impact this is having on the business. So I would encourage this committee to retain this legislation.
Right? All good points. I think we should listen to it. I do believe that I do believe that as I read the bill that we missed the mark. And what I would rather see is coming in with a more specific thing related to the agency versus the employee next year with a separate bill. And but I just listened to everyone and having read through it, that's sort of where I'm coming out on it. Any other comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on the motion to retain.
Representative Avalani,
No.
Representative Flanagan,
No.
Representative Ors,
No.
Representative Wharton,
No.
Representative Drago,
No.
Representative Granger,
No.
Representative Farrington,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Clerk, no. Representative Labrie,
No.
Representative Susie,
Yes.
Representative Valone,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative DeSilvestro,
Yes.
Representative Bouchard,
Yes.
Representative McKenzie,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Leclerc,
Yes.
Representative Stop,
Yes.
Representative Creighton,
No.
11-9.
All right, the motion to retain it fails at 11-9. We're back to our original motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer a new motion.
Okay.
I'm-
Are we ready for a new motion?
Yes. Well, I think
Okay.
so.
Now, bear with me here. Do we vote on ought to pass? That was the original motion, was ought to
Well,
pass,
the-
and then the amendment, and then a subsequent retain. So I
Mr.
think
Chair,
the
if I may.
original
Amendment
motion is ought to
fails,
pass.
Retain
I
fails.
believe that the process is the amendment is offered, then you make a motion to ought to pass as amended, or you make a motion to ITL or an alternative motion. I do not believe the original motion when you're trying to amend the bill is ought to pass as amended because you haven't adopted the amendment
No,
yet.
no, no, the original motion was ought to pass. And
Well, then how- but
the
then we didn't
amendment
vote on that.
failed. The amendment failed.
Right, but no but so you make a motion to amend. And then if you want the motion to amend to pass and you voted on that, that's one thing. But you can't vote to pass as amended unless
No,
an
the
amendment has
original
already been
motion
adopted.
was ought to pass, not ought to pass as amended. The motion to ought to pass as amended was never made because we did not pass the amendment.
But in order to vote on an amendment, we need to vote on whether or not you need to make a motion to amend.
We did, and it failed, 11-9.
Right. So now we're up to new motion. You can make the motion of ought to pass doesn't outrank the motion of ITL.
Except that the motion to ought to pass was never voted on.
But the motion was to amend, not a motion of ought to pass. The process that we've been following in this executive session just seems strange to me.
Okay, it's not strange to me.
Okay.
So we're gonna vote on ought to pass, and then if that passes or fails,
No.
then we'll make a new motion.
I disagree because he made a motion, the representative made a motion to retain.
Correct.
That failed. Now we can entertain a new motion, which I'd like to move. It's not OTP doesn't hang out there until we vote against it. Retain was a valid motion. And
It was,
died.
and it failed.
And now it failed. Now the bill is open for a new motion, as far as I'm concerned, unless somebody can prove me wrong.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
So I'd like to move an expedient to legislate on House Bill 386.
Okay, that motion is denied. Mr. Clerk, can you call, are there any comments on ought to pass, which is the current motion on the table? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll on the initial motion of ought to pass?
Representative Avalani,
No.
Representative Flanagan, Representative Ors,
No.
Representative Warden,
No.
Representative Drago,
No.
Representative Granger,
No.
Representative Farrington,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Clerk, no. Representative Labrie,
Nope.
Representative Susie,
Yes.
Representative Malone,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative Di Silvestro,
Yes.
Representative Bouchard,
Yes.
Representative McKenzie,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Leclerc,
Yes.
Representative Staub,
Yes.
Representative Creighton,
No.
11-9.
All right. Representative Warren, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
What was your motion?
I move inexpedient to legislate on HB 386.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
It is seconded.
Thank you, Representative Labrie. And Representative Flanagan, you beat me to the button, so you're up. Representative Flanagan seconds. Is there a discussion to your motion? No discussion. Is there any other further discussion on this bill? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Avalani,
Yes.
Representative Flanagan, Representative Ors,
Yes.
Representative Warden,
Yes.
Representative Drago,
Yes.
Representative Granger. Aye. Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Susie,
No.
Representative Malone,
No.
Representative Cahill,
No.
Representative Di Silvestro,
No.
Representative Bouchard,
No.
Representative McKenzie,
No.
Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Leclerc,
No.
Representative Staub,
Nope.
Representative Creighton,
Yes.
11-9.
All right. The vote is 11-9. Representative Warden, do you have the committee report?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And is there a minority report? Representative Cahill? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I have to write them.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order.
Point of order, sir.
So the chair, as I understand it, has the authority. And if somebody disagrees with the chair, they can challenge the decision of the chair and call
Correct.
for a challenge. What we just witnessed there, quite frankly, where a member of the committee was challenging you on your decision, I think was inappropriate. And I think it violates the rules in the sense that they have a responsibility to challenge you, and there is a process whereby they challenge the chair. So I just wanted to object to what just happened here. As much as we may not agree with you from time to time, you're still the chair of this committee, and you have the authority to make these decisions.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. All right. I'd like to close the hearing on HB 386.
I'm up.
And I'd like to open the hearing on HB 487. Representative Granger, do you have a motion?
I move ITL.
The motion on the table is ITL for HB 487. Do we have a second, Mr. or Representative Flanagan?
That one, no, I wasn't second. I will second it if you need a second.
Mr. Chair, were
Thank
you
you.
aware
You
that
have a
there's an
second.
amendment on this that was being offered?
I see no amendment on 487.
It was passed around.
Yeah, I also, Mr. Chair, I sent you an email saying that we would be offering this amendment. Did you, I'm sorry if you didn't see it. Things were happening at a rapid pace, so you might not have seen it.
Yeah, we had several amendments on our desk, but I didn't see that one.
No, I've got amendments on every bill except for this one. Okay,
Apologize.
I didn't have Representative Cahill's amendment, but maybe it was floating around.
Yes, they're all on your desk.
No, I was looking for it.
all right, the motion on the table
ITL.
is for ITL of HB 487. And given that we had agreed to look at amendments, which I am willing to do, Representative Granger, can you withdraw your ITL motion?
Sure, I'll withdraw the ITL.
Thank you. And Representative Staub, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, yes.
And I'm sorry, 1 second. And Representative Flanagan, will you withdraw your second?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And Representative Staub, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move ought to pass with an amendment.
And is there a second? Representative Schultz seconds. Representative Staub, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, I would like to present amendment 0459, which is an amendment to House Bill 487, which is a bill to require employers to provide schedules a week in advance so that people can plan their schedules. Based on the information that we heard during the hearing, there are some positions, some jobs that just don't fit into a regular schedule, and that if this bill were to pass, it would have created a lot of unintended consequences. So the bill has been narrowed. If you look at lines 18 and 19, it has been reduced to apply just to people in the hospitality industry. And it requires notification at least 7 days in advance of any scheduled shift, and that would be the starting time of the shift, because there was some confusion about, how long the shifts were going. And it also changes Section 2. Requirements of this section shall not apply when regular operations of the employer are suspended during circumstances beyond the employer's control, such as extreme weather, earthquakes. Also, it would allow for employers to call people in on short notice if 3 buses full of leaf peepers show up at the business and they need extra people to come on. So those are the changes that have been made to this bill, and this is the amendment that I'm offering. Thank you.
All right. And Representative Schultz, would you like to talk to your second?
No, Mr. Chair, she did a great job.
Okay. And are there any other discussion on this amendment? Representative LaBrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think with the amendment, we have still continued to miss the mark on this. We have hotels, restaurants, cafes. I saw something on Channel 9 in the middle of the snowstorm we just had. There was a guy in your neck of the woods in Antrim that stayed open, and I just don't know how you're going to staff that or not staff it with weather. So, I mean, if you want to have this type of law go into effect, maybe it would work in a hospital where it's guaranteed, or the fire department, or the police department. But in any of these that are listed here, there's too much variability going on here. So I'm not for this.
All right. Are there any other comments on this amendment? Seeing, yes, Representative Schultz.
Forgive me if I didn't understand you correctly, but the section on weather here is actually excluding those situations. It's saying that, in events of such of extreme weather and acts of God, basically not mandating that. It's removing that as a contingency, I think, to meet what you were saying.
And
Am I
Representative
wrong on that? I'm not sure.
Representative LaBrie, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I won't go back and forth on this. I would just state that I understand that. I appreciate it. I just look at the businesses that are labeled here, and the question would be, who then is the judge, jury, and executioner on this in terms of how does it qualify at the end of the day?
All right.
So, thank you.
Further questions? Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment, really. While I sympathize that things can be unanticipated in the restaurant world and hotels and such, but I do think if the owners of those businesses were a bit more conscious of the circumstances of their employees, that maybe they would make the effort to prepare a schedule and tell them a little bit ahead of time so that we wouldn't be looking at bills like this. I just don't think it's unmanageable. I think it could be done. There are probably quite a few restaurants that say, these are the days that you work and those are the days that someone else works. And it probably works out fine. But that doesn't seem to be the prevalence in the industry. And that's why we heard the testimony from the sponsor and from her constituent who was trying to work for a living and finding it difficult because of this unanticipated schedule. I'm working tomorrow at 5 a.m. Now you tell me. Not that she doesn't want to work, but she'd like to know when she's going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no further comments, Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll on HB 487, the amendment number 0250459 hotel?
Representative Avaloni,
No.
Representative Flanagan,
No.
Representative Ors,
No.
Representative Warden,
No.
Representative Drago,
No.
Representative Granger,
No.
Representative Farrington,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Clerk, no. Representative Labrie,
Nope.
Representative Susi,
Yes.
Representative Valone,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative Di Silvestro,
Yes.
Representative Bouchard,
Yes.
Representative McKenzie,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Leclerc,
Yes.
Representative Staub,
Yes.
Representative Creighton,
No.
11-9.
All right, now we're back to the original motion of ought to pass. Are there any further comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on ought to pass for HB 487.
Representative Avaloni,
No.
Representative Flanagan,
No.
Representative Ors,
No.
Representative Warden,
No.
Representative Drago,
No.
Representative Granger,
No.
Representative Farrington,
Nope.
Representative Hall,
No.
Clerk, no. Representative Labrie,
Nope.
Representative Susi,
Yes.
Representative Valone,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative Di Silvestro,
Yes.
Representative Bouchard,
Yes.
Representative McKenzie,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Leclerc,
Yes.
Representative Staub,
Yes.
Representative Creighton,
No.
11-9.
The ought to pass motion fails. Representative Granger, do you have a motion to make?
I move ITL.
The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Flanagan, do you have a second?
Yes.
Can you turn your mic on, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll second this.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Are there any further comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll?
Representative Avaloni,
Yes.
Representative Flanagan, Representative Ors,
Yes.
Representative Warden,
Yes.
Representative Drago,
Yes.
Representative Granger, Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
the clerk, yes. Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Susi,
No.
Representative Valone,
No.
Representative Cahill,
No.
Representative Di Silvestro,
No.
Representative Bouchard,
No.
Representative McKenzie,
No.
Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Leclerc,
Nope.
Representative Staub,
No.
Representative Creighton,
Yes.
11-9.
The motion of ITL passes on a vote of 11-9. Representative Granger, do you have the committee report? Roger that. And
Representative Staub.
Representative Staub, great, thank you, ma'am. And this closes the executive session on HB 487. All right, I'd now like to open the executive session on HB 542. And Representative McKenzie, do you have a motion to make?
I have a motion of ought to pass as amended and introducing amendment 2025-0252H.
And would you like to speak to your
Point
amendment?
of information.
Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman. Can you repeat that motion again?
Well, as I
Well, let me just say,
Yeah,
I
sure, go
I think it's inappropriate because this came up in another bill. It was caused some confusion when the very original motion is ought to pass as
Yeah,
amended.
no, you're correct. Stand by. Stand by. So your motion is ought to pass. You'd like to introduce an amendment. And then we'll vote on the amendment.
So it'll be ought to pass and. Second.
And Representative Leclerc, you second the motion? Yes, please. Okay, now, can you speak to your amendment, please?
Sure. So this is amendment 02250252H. So we have an opportunity here to improve the unemployment system, which is badly needed. We have lagged behind for more than 20 years in terms of increasing the unemployment rate for workers in New Hampshire. This is a time when we have the lowest employer rate in 30 years, where we have a fund that's not quite 400 million, but it's climbing up. It's about 380 some odd $million. So the employers have one more notch to go, which they probably won't get to, which is the 400 million mark. But for the most part, it's the lowest rate they've had in 30 years. And the fund is in the best shape it's been in many, many years, the highest level. What this bill does is to take and increase 6 steps. So it brings it to 51.5. And let me say the impact that that particular legislation has. So right now, you hit the top when you hit $41,500. You hit the top. For that, you get $427 when you hit the top of the scale. The people in 2003, the claimants qualifying for unemployment had a wage of $86,359 in 2003. That's a 26% wage replacement rate. In contrast to the lower end of the scale, which has a 54% replacement rate. If you go to the following year, there was an 88,563 rate for claimants, the amount of money they made and they filed. And there was a 25% replacement rate. What this particular legislation will do will be to move up that scale and close the gap on that 50% or 52%, which is really the target, to close the gap on that. And the important thing to note about this is because the balance is what it is in the fund, and I think it's I think after this goes through, it would be 362. But the trigger at $350 million will not be affected at all. So this is not going to raise the employer's rate. It'll stay the same. All the triggers will be in place. Now, you heard a couple of things about mild recession. There's 2 things that they call mild recession and major recession. And they are forecasts. There is no guarantee that would happen. But they have an obligation, as the UI has stated, to give you what could potentially be and could potentially happen in the economy in the years to come. So it's the best guess. It's informed, but it's the best guess. In that case, it would potentially increase the rate by $22 million if that were to happen. But the interesting thing about that is that even under the worst recession, the major recession, the fund itself does not go into the negative. It stays within that range that the Department of Employment and Security said. Because at the end would be, the trust fund would finish at $242 million. So there is no borrowing from the federal government. The fund still has $242 million under the worst case scenario. So in all the years I've been doing unemployment insurance work, and I was on the advisory council for years, I've never quite seen this come together the way it is. It is our best opportunity to contribute to people's lives in a way that's meaningful, and to allow them to have some more money. This is not a ton of money, but it helps each and every person. And you notice in the analysis that there were 6,000 people that, had this been in place, that would have got this. Just for the past, for 2003, and more so, 62,000 people would have got it in 2024. This is impactful. It's something that we can do. It's not going to hurt the employers. It's not going to break the fund. And it's reasonable to move in this direction at this time because of the way that this has aligned. And Mr. Chairman, I would urge this committee. This is good work, and this is a good thing to do for each and every one of your people who are unemployed. And I looked at the statistics. There's not one place that's represented in this room that doesn't have unemployed workers. So you got to think about, when you bang into this person in the bank, or you hit them in the supermarket, you got to look them in the eye and say, we had a chance to increase your unemployment benefits, and we turned it down. It's not fair. This is not unreasonable, and it's not extravagant in any way. It's only bringing that up a few dollars, and I think this is the best time that we can do it, Mr. Chairman. I urge this committee to please bring that rate up to $52,000 and give workers $535 for the maximum benefit. Please do this.
Thank you, sir, for your amendment. Representative Leclerc, do you have a comment to your second?
Yes, please. Just obviously echoing everything that my seatmate here described. For another $108 a week, that doesn't sound like a ton of money, but $400 a month, whatever, that could really help a lot of people out. So I agree with this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Susi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with my colleagues as well. I also sat on the advisory council for 2 years when we were in the majority. And I look back and I look at what the fund balance is right now, and I look at the fact that it hasn't been raised in years. And I would ask everyone in this room to look at things that haven't been raised in years. I mean, if we go back, if it hasn't been raised in 10 years, tell me what hasn't been raised in 10 years in today's society. Everything's been raised. Everything's been raised, but unemployment compensation. So I think it's time. I think Mark did some good work on this, and I think it's time to do it. Thank you.
Representative Granger, and then Representative LeBrun.
Parliamentary inquiry. So when we vote on this, we're going to be, when we call the roll, we're calling a roll on the amendment. not
Just the
final.
amendment. Only
Thank
the amendment. We got to approve that first. Thank you. Representative LeBrun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could ask Representative McKenzie a question.
Yes, please.
Representative, you had mentioned to me that, currently it's 427 and I have some seasonal employees. If I wanted to pay out of pocket to give these guys a boost, instead of bringing this to 52.3 or whatever it was, could I then give them a boost where they wouldn't have to have this ding there, unemployment? And could I do that? Would it be 30%? Could I, as an employer, offset this from a seasonal employee perspective?
I think that the way the law reads is that an employee can make 30% more than their employment benefits. That was before this committee a couple of years ago in past.
For a follow-up.
So I could personally shoulder the load in that case if I wanted to.
I assume you could.
Okay, I just wanted to check. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I got one more point.
Stand by, Representative Cahill.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Chair. I think perhaps my friend, Mr. McKenzie, may have misunderstood the question. that my other friend, Mr. Labrie, was asking.
Okay.
I think I think they're looking, the employment office is looking at your wages. And unless they're going to give, he's going to give another 30% under the table, which we're not sure is legal, I don't think that would be advisable for him to shoulder the load as much as a nice gesture it would be, if I understood what he was getting to.
Okay. And Representative McKenzie.
I do just want to, and then we probably can speak to the broader, when the amendment, but there was raised during the course of the hearing, the question about whether or not this would cause people to stay home. And I think there's some evidence that showed that maybe when this rate goes up, that may tick up a bit. But let me say, what that does is it gives people more time to make the adjustment. It's, I've never been laid off. I don't know what that's like. I've never been laid off. But for those people that are trying to transition from, we'll say, one career to the next, giving people a couple of extra weeks to make that transition, and certainly we're well within the range of the 26 weeks, gives them that additional opportunity. And to be honest, I listen to the unemployment people at the UI committee, the advisory committee. They have a pretty hefty legal department. So if you're found to be sitting around and you're not complying with the rules, looking for work and filing the paperwork, and you got to file 2 or 3 contacts a week, then you're going to lose the benefits. So this gives people a couple of more weeks, perhaps, a little more room to do that. And I hope that doesn't become the thing that deters people from moving forward with this important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Representative LeBrie, did you have a comment? You good? Representative McKenzie, or Cahill, please.
Yes, I just wanted to add that this extra fund, well, I think Mr. Labors also assured us that this wasn't likely to trigger a lot of abuse of the system. I think what we should know about what it does. And if you're someone who's earning this much money and now you're getting this much money through no fault of your own, you're looking for work, you're trying to get back to this much money, are you missing a car payment? Is your car going to get repossessed? How are you going to get to that new job? What about that mortgage? Are you going to go on food? Are you going to be at the food pantry? Is that necessary? Could we do something about that instead of worrying about all these things that might happen? Because that's what does happen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no further comments, this vote is on the amendment to HB 542. And Representative McKenzie, can you remind me the number for that amendment?
0252.
30252. Thank you.
0252.
0252.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll on the amendment?
Representative Avalani,
Yes.
Representative Flanagan, Representative Orrs,
Yes.
Representative Warden,
Yes.
Representative Drago,
Yes.
Representative Granger,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
the clerk, yes. Representative LeBrie,
Yes.
Representative Susi,
Yes.
Representative
Alone.
Valone, sorry.
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative DeSilvestro,
Yes.
Representative Bouchard,
Yes.
Representative McKenzie,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Leclerc,
Yes.
Representative Staub,
Yes.
Representative Creighton,
Yes.
19-1.
So the motion on the table now is ought to pass as amended. And are there any comments on ought to pass as amendment? Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that we've had a little over 100 years in the experiment of having a welfare state. It's sort of turning into a welfare trampoline. And it's good thing to have a safety net. Like, a lot of people think that it's important to have a safety net. However, I don't think that it's good for the soul of a country to just have private charity, churches, and all the other organizations in society crowded out by the government coming in and saying, you can only survive when you're unemployed through us because we've put the churches out of business. We've put the charities out of business. We need to get back to trying to respect each other in our communities and taking care of our friends and taking care of our neighbors and taking care of our communities rather than relying on the welfare state to bail us out every time. It's very bad, not just for the person, not just for society as a whole to have this. It's for the person receiving the handout. It's a tax on their soul. It really just degrades the existence of their being. They're no longer receiving charity. They're no longer receiving a gift given from the kindness of their hearts. They're getting some money that was coercively taken away from a business against the will of the business holder. They're receiving stolen funds. And we've had a 100-year experiment with this, and we've seen the results. We are not the same people that we were 100 years ago. We were better 100 years ago. We were more moral, we were more pious, we were more righteous people 100 years ago. And in order to get back to that, in order to undo a lot of the terrible things we've seen done in the 20th century, we need to start saying, no, take care of each other correctly instead of doing it through coercion and force and violence. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Representative McKenzie. Waves off.
Thank you.
Or you don't wave off.
I'm composing myself.
Thank you.
So I think to suggest that unemployed workers are in some way on the dole, that they aren't deserving of the system of wages that come out of the system that is jointly that employers buy into. They spend the money for it. They understand how important it is to have a workforce, to maintain a workforce, to support them. Do away with that. Let me tell you the experience I had with Berlin, New Hampshire, where I got the call from Governor Shaheen that they closed the plant. When you had 4, 5, 6,000 people out of work in one area of the state, had it not been for unemployment, these were people who worked their tails off for 30 years in a mill. These people weren't looking for a handout. They were looking for somebody to help stabilize their lives for that period of time. And that's what unemployment does. It helps people to stabilize their lives. Had that not been in place during the time that mill closed, it would have been a disaster in Berlin, New Hampshire, an absolute disaster. People wouldn't have the money to eat. They wouldn't have the money to drive. They wouldn't have the money to do anything, quite frankly, in a place like Berlin, New Hampshire. So the idea that these people are somehow taking advantage of the system, that somehow this makes, that this is not a legitimate system of benefits for people is offensive to me in a whole lot of ways. These people are not looking for a handout. This is a system that works, and it has worked for many, many years since the 40s. And I absolutely think it's the right thing to do to pass this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Mr. McKenzie so ably spoke, this is a system of insurance, and I know that Mr. Granger wants to privatize this insurance, but we haven't had any takers for $85 a year for the average premium. And if the employer doesn't lay off people, that's about where it stays. And for the employee to come out with not enough, what is it, 26% of their income and try to survive on that when they're laid off, but not because they're taking a break from work, not because they were laid off, something happened, and now they're out of work, the work that they prepared for, the work that they did, where they were earning, substantially more than the unemployment check will provide. To say that they're being diminished, their soul is suffering, and all this drama, and I mean, also, I'm going to mention that there are charities thriving in this state because we're giving them gambling money. We're encouraging people to go out and take that small paycheck or that unemployment check, cash it in and bring it in and try sports betting to see if they can make a living. And I wonder if the Representative Granger is all in for that damage to the economy and damage to people's souls. I think we need to make this adjustment. and we should pass this amendment, the bill as amended, and I hope that the majority of the committee will agree, and if not, we'll take it to the floor.
Right. Seeing no further comments, actually seeing one further comment, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I weighed and balanced whether or not to say this, and I'm going to go in a positive direction to thank you. I appreciate your honesty. I wish more folks who shared your views were that blatantly honest about it, because I think it helps us all clarify our values regardless. You probably don't think I'm being sincere. I really do appreciate it. And I would like to extend the hand to say, if you'd like to work with me on reducing corporate welfare, I would love to do that. I'll also, as a footnote, say we are the least church-going or religious institution-going state in the nation. I used to work for a church not far from here, helping the interfaith community give emergency rent assistance one-time rent assistance. And we unfortunately don't have that safety net from the private sector to take care of that at all, just for whatever that's worth. But ask your own clergy. It's tough out there.
Sir, for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just find it interesting, being one that I'm just sitting in on this committee, is the personal attacks against Representative Granger for his beliefs. Notwithstanding the young lady sitting next to me, the representative. Unemployment is a safety net. It's not the end all. And I think what Representative Granger stated is absolutely correct. We have lost our moral compass in a lot of ways in this country, and that's the reason we're in the state of disrepair that we are in. Take U.S. aid, for example, $55 million for condoms to Hamas or the Taliban. I mean, horseshit. That money wasn't going for condoms. We all know it's going to go
All
for
right,
weapons.
so the focus right now is ought to pass with amendment on HB 542.
Oh, did I get off track? I'm sorry, Mr.
Now
Chairman.
you are off track.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciate the decorum in here. I appreciate the candid discussion. Mr. Clerk, can you call a roll on ought to pass as amended on HB 542?
Representative Avaloni,
No.
Representative Flanagan, Representative Ors,
No.
Representative Warden,
No.
Representative Drago,
No.
Representative Granger,
No.
Representative Farrington,
Nope.
Representative Hall,
No.
Clerk, no. Representative Labrie,
Nope.
Representative Susi,
Yes.
Representative Valone, sorry, apologies.
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative DeSilvestro,
Yes.
Representative Bouchard,
Yes.
Representative McKenzie,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Leclerc,
Yes.
Representative Staub,
Yes.
and Representative Creighton.
No.
11-9.
So the ought to pass as amended fails 9-11. Representative Granger, do you have another motion?
I move ITL.
Representative Kesselring, do we have a second?
Yes, I second.
And Representative Granger, would you like to speak to your motion?
I'm good.
Thank you. Representative Kesselring, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Thank you. Representative Kesselring, could you call the roll?
Representative Avaloni,
Yes.
Representative Flanagan, Representative Ors,
Yes.
Representative Warden,
Yes.
Representative Drago,
Yes.
Representative Granger,
Yes.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Susi,
No.
Representative Valone,
No.
Representative Cahill,
No.
Representative DeSilvestro,
No.
Representative Bouchard,
No.
Representative McKenzie,
No.
Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Leclerc,
No.
Representative Staub,
No.
Representative Creighton,
Yes.
11-9.
And Representative Granger, do you have the committee report?
I will provide that.
Thank you. And Representative Susie, do we have a,
Representative McKenzie?
Representative McKenzie? Thank you, sir. All right, and I'd like to close the session on HB 542 and open the session on HB 735. Representative Granger, do you have a motion?
I move ITL.
The motion on table is ITO. Representative Avalani, do we have a second?
Yes, please.
And do we have any discussions on the motion?
It seems, thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems to have some structural issues, so just ITL it.
Roger that. Any other comments or discussions on HB 735? Seeing none, Representative Castellini, could you call the roll, please?
Representative Avalani,
Yes.
Representative Flanagan,
Yes.
Representative Orrs,
Yes.
Representative Warden,
Yes.
Representative Drago,
Yes.
Representative Granger,
Aye.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Susie,
Yes.
Representative Valone,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative DeSilvestro,
Yes.
Representative Bouchard,
Yes.
Representative McKenzie,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Leclerc,
Yes.
Representative Staub,
Yes.
Representative Creighton.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Is there any objection to putting this on the consent calendar? Mr. Clerk, if you put it on the consent calendar, I appreciate it. This closes the hearing on, or the the election or the vote on HB 735.
Representative Granger doing the blurb.
Representative Granger, you doing the blurb?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I'd like to open the hearing on, I'd like to open the executive session on HB 744, relative workers' compensation indemnity benefits percentage. And Representative McKenzie, do you have a motion? Ought to pass, and you would like to offer an amendment. Is that the motion you'd like to make? Thank you, sir. And and is there a second? Representative Susie seconds. And sir, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Sure. So as I mentioned in the public hearing, the workers' compensation system has, over the past 20-plus years, maybe even longer than that now, actually, I've gone through a whole cycle of changes that have not necessarily benefited the workers. And it's been driven primarily by cost. So we have become, the worker in the system has become, the way that they control the cost is by raking back the benefits. 66 2/3 is to restore a benefit that we had prior to passage of 1409 back in 1993. So this restores that. But it is only one of a number of things that I think should change. And today there is, what was that? Oh, today there is about 100 carriers in the market, 100 people writing this business, from what we understood from the insurance group. And the market is in much better shape than it ever was. Certainly it's in better shape than when we started through these reforms. So at what point does a good market that's making money, at what point do we start looking at the workers in the system to say, okay, we restored the system, it's back on a good track, and now it's time to maybe look at some of those benefits. And that's what this thing does. I would be here, as I said, a couple of days trying to explain all of the changes that had occurred in the course of these years. But they were significant, very significant to working people. And this was one of them. And we are the outlier, one of the outliers in the United States that has a 60% rate. And there is room to be able to increase this rate. And looking back at listening to the testimony earlier from the NCCI, the trend has been, the rate has decreased. Now, there was a year when it went up to 1, would decrease less than the time before that, but overall the rate has been decreasing. We have not had spikes that we did in the late 90s or in the early 90s. The market has stabilized. The indemnity is coming down. There's safer workplaces today. Much to the benefit, much to the work that's been done not only by employers but by employees who meet on a monthly basis with safety and health committees, which we advocated for in the law. So it's just one thing we can do to make the system better for working people who, by the way, have given up the right to sue their employer. That's a trade-off. Keep that in mind. Because had this not been in place, the exposure that employers would have to lawsuits by employees would be staggering. Let me give you one quick example and I'll be quiet. Under the AMA guides, which were adopted as part of the reforms, you get so many weeks. You lose a leg, it's so many weeks. You lose an arm, it's so many weeks. If you were to take the loss of a limb and go to court with that, you'd be very surprised at the difference between what the AMA pays and what the court would pay. That's a trade-off that was made. So at what point, where is the tipping point for all these benefits that have been taken away in contrast to what the industry is currently making? So, Mr. Chairman, I advocate for this. I hope that you will consider this and vote in favor of it. And clearly it will increase the rates by 5+%, but the rate, there is room there to increase the rate because there have been decreases year after year after year after year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your introduction of the amendment. Are there any other comments to the amendment? Representative Warden? None. Representative LeBrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative McKenzie, that was a very good presentation. What I will tell you is, as a small business owner, I am getting personally squeezed left and right in every direction for everything we buy, including insurance. And I would say that listening to the Insurance Commission stating that the costs will go up, I just don't feel that this is fair to push on to small business owners as they are taxpayers too. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other comments? Representative Silvestro?
Thank you. I'd just like to say that unless you've been in a situation where you've had a family member injured, you don't understand it from their point. It did happen in my family. My husband broke his neck on the job in a small company, and I think we do need to increase it, and I would be supporting it. So please think about the people.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. Any other comments? Seeing no comments, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment to HB 744. Stand by. What? Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Okay. Representative Avalani?
No.
Representative Flanagan? Representative Orrs?
No.
Representative Warden?
No.
Representative Drago?
No.
Representative Granger?
No.
Representative Farrington?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
The clerk, no. Representative LeBrie?
No.
Representative Susie?
Yes.
Representative Malone?
Yes.
Representative Cahill?
Yes.
Representative DeSilvestro?
Yes.
Representative Bouchard?
Yes.
Representative McKenzie? Representative Schultz?
Yes.
Representative Leclerc?
Yes.
Representative Staub?
Yes.
Representative Creighton?
No.
11-9.
The amendment fails 9-11. We revert back to the original motion of ought to pass. Are there any comments on the ought to pass motion? Seeing no comments, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Avaloni,
No.
Representative Flanagan,
No.
Representative Ors,
No.
Representative Warden,
No.
Representative Drago,
No.
Representative Granger,
No.
Representative Farrington,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
the clerk, no. Representative Labrie,
Nope.
Representative Susie,
Yes.
Representative Valone,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative D. Silvestro,
Yes.
Representative Bouchard,
Yes.
Representative McKenzie, Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Leclerc,
Yes.
Representative Staub,
Yes.
and Representative Creighton.
No.
11-9.
Representative Warden, do you have a motion to make?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move inexpedient to legislate on HB 744.
And is that seconded, Representative Labrie? You have a second? Thank you. Mr. Representative Warden, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think we've had good discussion on this already. It's time to.
Are there any other comments that would like to be made or discussion points? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Avaloni,
Yes.
Representative Flanagan, Representative Ors,
Yes.
Representative Warden,
Yes.
Representative Drago,
Yes.
Representative Granger,
Aye.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
the clerk, yes. Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Susie,
No.
Representative Valone,
No.
Representative Cahill,
No.
Representative D. Silvestro,
No.
Representative Bouchard,
No.
Representative McKenzie, Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Leclerc,
Nope.
Representative Staub, and Representative Creighton.
Yes.
11-9.
And Representative Warden, do you have the committee report?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And for minority report? Mackenzie, thank you. All right, this bill is ITL on a vote of 11-9. This closes the hearing on HB 744. And now I'd like to open the hearing on HB 755, or correction, 757. Representative Cahill, do you have a motion? Do you have a motion to make? So the motion is OTP, and you'd like to present an amendment. And do we have a second? Representative Staub, seconds. And
4.
And Representative Cahill would like to speak to your amendment, please.
So the original bill, I'm sorry, maybe your neighbor has them, because I did put 3 on every desk.
Stand by. If you can stand by, Representative Cahill, we'll get you.
I will get you one. You bet.
All right, everyone got the amendment. Representative Cahill, over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. The original bill, I was trying to make it easier for the business owner and the employee to understand exactly what situation was happening with the way they were earning money and the way they might be distributing it to their coworkers. Tip sharing, tip pooling. Because we find that there's, and as I heard Mr. Summers of the Restaurant Association say, that this is one of the heavy hitters, violations for misunderstandings is a problem, and they don't want those violations. So I was trying to help him out, doing the best I could to help Mr. Summers. He's not here. Oh, Mr. Vayu. Please convey my best wishes to Mr. Summers. So both he and the employees really should know what's going on, what's expected, not coerced, but how the thing works. And I also was concerned because of a change that happened with SB 269 in the prior year, that we did move the service charge out of tips, out of gratuities, and now it's just a separate thing but I didn't think the public really might not know that the service charge isn't going to servers because service charge servers, you know. So I had that, but I've since removed that because that seemed to be a bridge too far. But what I'd like to have, if we could pass this amended version, would be that the employer includes an example, and rather than just as stated or as said example, I've had a little specificity here, such as tip sharing to be written in the same or familiar or similar way to this example: service tip out a percentage of alcohol sales to bartenders and a percentage of food sales to the host, another percentage to other support staff. And of course, the business is free to change the percentages and use whatever formula they want. It's just an explanation so that the server will understand that all that $300 of cash in their pocket or that amount that's on the credit cards might not really be going out the door with them, that they're really expected to give some to the host, some to the bartender, et cetera, et cetera. So I thought this would be helpful, and that they would keep it. Now, I did err here because I did write to my good friend, Mr. Avalani, to ask his advice on a point, and I didn't hear it back in time. So I said that a year would be long enough for them to hold on to this signed agreement that says they understand, I explain, but I've been since been corrected that the Labor Department has a 3-year look back. So that would be one more change that we'd have to do if in fact we pass Amendment 0454H. To make that 3 years to be consistent with the Labor Department rules. And so that's the amendment, and there we are.
Okay, thank you, sir. And Representative Staub, would you like to speak to your second? Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other comments? Representative Flanagan, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it be out of order to request a 5-minute caucus?
Are you okay with the?
Last bill.
All right.
Let the minority out and we'll
Now,
have a 5-minute.
we'll
Fine,
meet-
then. I
we'll-
won't do it then. I'd like to talk to our caucus for 5 minutes.
All right, we'll recess for 5 minutes.
Get out of here. It might be 2.
All right,
Are we
we will
accepting?
now continue on with the executive session on HB 757. First of all, I would like to thank my colleagues for stepping out for a minute, and I appreciate your indulgence. We just had Representative Cahill make the motion and present his amendment. And Representative Warren, do you have a comment?
Yes,
Please.
thank you. Reading this amendment, number 454, I think it makes things worse, particularly lines 6 through 8 or 9, where it's suggesting that it would require a business to keep record of so-called an example of how the establishment does the tip pooling. And when you put something like this into statute, even though it's just an example, it's going to be very difficult for establishments or restaurateurs or business owners to interpret that. 1,000 different businesses are going to have 1,000 different interpretations. And this says, examples such as servers tip out a percentage of alcohol sales to bartenders and a percentage of food sales to the host and another percentage to support staff. And just in plain reading of that, I would think that when you're sharing tips, you would give a percentage of the tip amount, not the percentage of the alcohol sales amount or the food sales amount. I don't know, you restaurant owners can correct me there, but I think it's going to add a lot more confusion instead of clarity. And thus I think this amendment is a non-starter.
Okay.
And I'm going to be voting against it.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other comments? Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You'll note that it said in line 5, documenting the agreed upon practice. And the example was something that I had in this amendment because there was a concern referring to, it was too vague, I think, for my friend, Mr. Avalani, that we had an example and said example. So I thought I would put some meat on the bones, but this is certainly, it is up to the business to just decide how, and their employees to decide the mechanism and to merely explain how that mechanism works in their operation. So I'm sorry if it appears to make matters worse. And I took this example from that guidance sheet that I found where it described several scenarios at which you could do it. There's tip sharing where everyone gets an equal share. There's a point system, but this was rather than trying to put everything into the RSA, I thought I would put one, just say this is an example. And remember that tip pooling and tip sharing, as I read in this document that I sent to all, is a means of increasing wages for employees, but without cost to the business owner. So that's why we have it. And this is just a way to have everybody understand how it works. It's merely informed consent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Seeing no further comments, Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll on the amendment to HB 757?
Representative Avalani.
No.
Representative Flanagan. Representative Orrs.
No.
Representative Warden.
No.
Representative Drago.
No.
Representative Granger.
No.
Representative Farrington.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Clerk, no. Representative Labrie.
Nope.
Representative Susi.
Yes.
Representative Valone.
Yes.
Representative Cahill. Representative Cahill.
No. I'm sorry, yes. Let me amend that.
We'll turn on your mic and then make your vote. And then
Yes,
there's
this is the one that
no
counts,
amendment
yes.
necessary. There you go.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Cahill votes yes. Representative DeSilvestro.
Yes.
Representative Bouchard.
Yes.
Representative McKenzie.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Leclerc.
Yes.
Representative Staub.
Yes.
Representative Creighton.
No.
11-9.
So we are now back to the initial motion of ought to pass. Are there any further discussions on the ought to pass motion? Seeing no discussions, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Avalani,
No.
Representative Flanagan. No. Representative Ors,
No.
Representative Warden,
No.
Representative Drago,
No.
Representative Granger,
No.
Representative Farrington,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Clerk, no. Representative Labrie,
Nope.
Representative Susie,
Yes.
Representative Valone,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative D. Silvestro,
Yes.
Representative Bouchard,
Yes.
Representative McKenzie, Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Leclerc,
Yes.
Representative Staub,
Yes.
and Representative Creighton.
No.
11-9.
The vote is 9-11 against ought to pass. Representative Flanagan, do you have a motion to make? Motion ITL is made. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Avalani, seconds. Representative Flanagan, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. As you are well aware, my colleagues here, you can see that I take this issue very seriously. I have a lot of friends that are servers in the restaurant business. I don't think this is the right bill, but it may be in the future. So again, I'm supporting the ITL.
And Representative Avalani, would you like to speak to your second?
I think we've debated this bill long enough, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other comments? Seeing no comments, Representative Castleton, could you call the roll?
Yes.
And
Representative,
the motion on the table is inexpedient to legislate on HB 757.
Representative Avalani,
Yes.
Representative Flanagan,
Yes.
Representative Ors,
Yes.
Representative Warden,
Yes.
Representative Drago,
Yes.
Representative Granger,
Aye.
Representative Farrington,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
the clerk, yes. Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Susie,
No.
Representative Valone,
No.
Representative Cahill,
No.
Representative D. Silvestro,
No.
Representative Bouchard,
No.
Representative McKenzie,
No.
Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Leclerc,
No.
Representative Staub,
Nope.
Representative Creighton.
Yes.
11 yeas, 9 nays.
The motion of ITL passes 11-9. Representative Flanagan, are you good for the,
I thought he was going to do it. I've already got one. You mean
Representative Farrington, are you good for the report?
majority report on the blurb?
Yes, thank you. And Representative Susie?
Representative Cahill.
Cahill, Roger. All right, and this closes the executive session on HB 757. All right, and that's 9 bills in 2 hours, including a 5-minute break. And an hour for lunch. There you go. What else could you ask for, Representative Staub? Listen, this is a great afternoon from a process perspective. I know there's winners and losers today, but I really appreciate all the work everyone did in putting this together. We are now complete with our bills for the House. We'll wait for them to be scheduled. Please submit your reports by tomorrow at noon, and we'll gather those together and submit those, and then it's up to the speaker how he wants to schedule them. Email is fine, and if you could do it to Creighton 4, New Hampshire, rather than the general court one. I monitor 7 emails, and it's hard enough as it is, so I try not to keep adding new emails to monitor. Creighton4nh@gmail. Yes, please. Any last thoughts, alibis? Thank you, everyone. Appreciate all your work.
Nice working with you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time today. So, thanks for